Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here, welcoming you to another podfic. It's been a long time since I did these things. And this one happens to be one of my most favorite epics that I made especially for Mortal Kombat. Shaolin Monks Part 2. It is a continuation of the original Shaolin Monks, featuring Liu Kang and Kung Lao. And this was actually inspired by Ferocious Wraith, aka Warlock Waluigi, who made a Let's Play of Shaolin Monks since last March, and he completed it last December. So, actually it was a little sooner than that. It was back in April, but it was a week before the Mortal Kombat movie. So anyway, this was roughly inspired by that. Well, also spite as well from the creators because how they treated Kung Lao so much. But no fret, Kung Lao fans. I happen to be a huge fan of Kung Lao, as well as the classic Mortal Kombat. And Shaolin Monks brought me back to it. And I promise that this is gonna give Kung Lao the comeuppance he truly deserves. So, this story features exactly that. This pretty much centers around Kung Lao, while Liu Kang has more of a back seat, so sorry to disappoint you in advance. So, let's get this started. Alright, Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Welcome to my first ever Mortal Kombat fanfiction. I've had several random ideas run through my head in intervals ever since I saw the finale of Warlock Waluigi's LP of Shaolin Monks. I became a huge fan of Kung Lao, and I was disappointed in what NetherRealm Studios had done with 10, 11, and Battle of the Realms, especially when they were highlighted by 616 Entertainment and mostly the fourth Snake. Now I know that Midway was planning to do a sequel, but it suffered through bankruptcy. Thus Fire and Ice never came to be. I always wanted Sub-Zero and Scorpion to be a subplot for Liu Kang and Kung Lao. For this one reason never mentioned. I'll let the story do all the talking. A trio of male martial artists were standing at the epicenter of an outside arena. The floor was decorative, though it was hard to tell with all the splatters of blood. The Thunder God Raiden was with his two promising disciples from China representing the Order of Light, the two Shaolin monks, Liu Kang and Kung Lao. The monk with a red bandana and bare chest, red torn trousers, and a pair of black shoes queried, "So what now, Master Raiden?" Well, actually, this takes place soon after a scene from Shaolin Monks.
So who won? Liu Kang or Kung Lao?
Kung Lao. Liu Kang. What now, Master Raiden?
Shao Kahn has been destroyed. You have brought life and prosperity, not only for Earth but for this realm as well, my warriors. And you have freed the spirits of your ancestors from their inability to lay their lives down for each other and work together.
You fought bravely, Liu Kang.
Thank you, Katana. So what happens now?
I will try to rebuild this realm according to my true father's wishes.
I meant between us.
Whoever said anything about there being an us?
She's hot. And she picks Liu Kang over me? What's wrong with this picture? Maybe I have time to find that clone of hers somebody mentioned.
Did I really free my ancestors?
This was the plan of the Elder Gods, Kung Lao. This was the reason you were allowed to follow the enemy's plots. What the enemy means for evil, a greater force will always turn for good. You have freed the past and future. Well done, champion of Mortal Kombat. Now come, it is time to return home.
That ending scene there, that really inspired me to keep the story going. Oh man. I only wish it would continue from there, but it didn't. So, let's see. Alright, it pretty much ended right here. You want to see the rest of the story, just you could see it elsewhere. So here we are. As the Thunder God was escorting the Earthrealm warriors out of Shao Kahn's arena, Kitana gave Liu Kang a temporary gaze, wondering what the future would hold if there should be another tournament, and if Edenia shall be under harsh rule once more. As she noticed the nameless spectators gather and roar behind them, she saw a break through the rear. Her eyes began to spot a bald and very pale figure covered in red war paint. He was raising an amulet of sorts in faded crimson, as if blood was encoded on it. As soon as her peripheral vision made her eyes look toward the sinister figure, he dissipated with a low laugh. She could have sworn she saw Quan Chi, the Netherrealm sorcerer, and her throat closed up when she theorized if he'd resurrect his so-called father, whom she saw was destroyed by the heroic Shaolin monks just a few moments ago. Several minutes had passed as Raiden led his warriors Liu Kang, Sonya Blade, Kung Lao, Jax, and Johnny Cage back to the Wuxi Academy. Sorry if I spelled that wrong. Due to his limited powers in Outworld, he was only capable of defending his fellow heroes from any random threat or if there was an environmental hazard along the way. Luckily, it wasn't quite as tumultuous as he figured. Eventually, the sextet stepped into more peaceful territory. The weather was calm, the temperature was balmy, though some of the trees had fallen and burnt debris laid in some distant spots next to the esteemed establishment. While there were a few patches of scorched stone, the academy still stood with pride and strength. Numerous monks greeted and congratulated their champions as they knew the Earthrealm had been saved, while Outworld lost their 9-tournament streak. Raiden did make a few different portals for Sonya, Jax, and Johnny to go to their corresponding homelands, but the monks stayed with the bustling crowds. Kung Lao, however, wasn't quite into the feast and festivities, as he was more of an introvert, unlike his close partner, whom while they aren't related, they feel as though as close as brothers. Liu Kang wasn't ashamed on stating to the enemy, claiming he was the descendant of the great Kung Lao, as it was a form of intimidation, since he had the skills, talent, and endurance to even surpass the legendary warrior. The pseudo-cowboy decided to stop by and pay a visit to someone he held dear. The 6-year-old boy Kung Jin was being tucked in by his long-lost uncle after they caught up on his lost time, since it was difficult to measure traveling from realm to realm. Raiden came to the conclusion the heroes were gone for a few weeks, since the Tarkhan invasion. Jin had always admired him for his adventures, valiance, and prowess. He wished he'd carried on Lao's legacy just as he did for his direct ancestor. I knew you would come back. It felt so long, but I always knew you'd make it. Thanks, Jin. He grinned to his only kin. You're the only reason why I should return here. even knowing that peace and prosperity won't be long. Aside from Liu Kang, you always motivated me to protect China and all of Earthrealm. Jin smiled and his eyes lit up. Just like our ancestor. I knew you were more like him. Lao just grinned and walked out of his room. Hey, Uncle, he turned. Glad you're home. For once, Jin even saw his lost relative's smile from ear to ear. It filled his heart with warmth and comfort before Lao closed the door as Jin began to drift off to sleep. As Kung Lao headed to the ground floor, he noticed it wasn't as quiet nor peaceful. He descended the wooden staircase. He heard another monk shouting out profanities in which only the Chinese understood. At first he thought the random monk was drunk from the celebration of Earthrealm's victory. However, he wasn't slurring and he was very cohesive. Lao understood as he kept on ranting of an eternal curse. As he tried to reason with the distraught warrior, he stated that Lao and Liu had been hexed. Haven't you heard what you've done? On what happened to the great Kung Lao? He was eternally damned after he became champion of Mortal Kombat. He became ageless, and he can never die. He even outlived his own family and friends, and watched them slowly wither and perish one at a time. He became so frail and lost the will to fight, as he was defeated by Prince Goro, only to have his soul imprisoned by Shang Tsung. Kung Lao has heard stories of his ancestor, but never like this. He not once heard that the victorious protector of his or her realm would have his or her soul tainted by the elder gods. As he absorbed the monk's discouraging dialogue, he became more despondent. What? The monk laid his calloused hands firmly on his shoulders, staring into Lao's glazy eyes. Don't you see? Both of you may have saved Earthrealm and fulfilled the great Kung Lao's destiny. But all of these victories gave both of you a terrible fate. Both of you will suffer being ageless while all at the same time lose the people you protect. Lao's eyes widened as he backed away. No, I don't believe it. The great Kung Lao would never accept that lowly state. That's not entirely up to you, Kung Lao. The elder gods had sealed your fates. Right after they created the very first tournament. How do you think Goro and the rest of our enemies lived so damn long? His throat tightened as his fellow brothers in Kung Jin re-entered his mind. Well, is there a method to break the curse? With a steely stare he answered. The effects are irreversible. Lao hardly had anything to say. But we just won! Raiden never told us this was going to happen. Why didn't he tell us about this? What about Jin, our friends, and the Lotus Society? He just sulked and slowly shook his head. I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry, Lao. Silence in a dark cloud descended onto the land. Not even the Temple of Light gave him any assurance in Kung Lao's heart. While he sat and sulked on one of the balconies, he can endure many blows done by the endless grunts throughout the living forest onward, or the Shadow Priest's lightning, or Reptile and his vicious snake, or some of Kintaro's muscular arms, but hardly Shao Kahn's deadly mallet. But this, he wasn't sure if he can endure this deep pang that was greatly dwindling his broken spirit. He was almost startled as he felt a weighted hand rest on his right shoulder. Kung Lao looked up, and he saw someone look over him. Huh? Lord Raiden. This is surely unlike you, Kung Lao. Your partner Liu Kang has stayed up longer than usual. Yet he has mingled with his fellow monks. But you are just with your own lonesome. He knew Lao would rather be solitary and surrounded by tranquility. unlike his more ardent comrade, but Lau wouldn't miss out on a joyous occasion, albeit observe it from a distance. Now it was in complete opaqueness. Lau just sulked more, never wishing to look at the mentor whom he had betrayed him. Lord Raiden, is the Mortal Kombat champion bound to an everlasting curse? Who told you this? Never looking up, Lau stated. One of the monks told me. The champion's reward isn't just to preserve Earthrealm for another generation, but he becomes immortal and outlives his own loved ones. He said my ancestors suffered through the same fate. He heavily turned his head. Is this true? It's true. For all champions of Mortal Kombat. So too is Liu Kang, even those champions before us. Do you wish to discuss this? Lau's body felt like an anvil. No, I'm all right. I understand, like ancestor to descendant. Even Goro, Shang Tsung, Shao Kahn? He faced his mentor, who had a blank expression. Yes, warrior. He suddenly fell into a deep depression. All he did was take a deep sigh as he dragged his feet. Descended to the training grounds, then left the academy behind. All Raiden did was just watch his disciple leave. Kung Lao's mind was always elsewhere as he wandered aimlessly away from the compound, not even bothering to look at his home for a brief moment. He would never say a word to Liu Kang, and he may find the answer tomorrow once the celebration subsides, and it's just another typical same-old day of rigorous training. He never cared of the bright pink fluorescent lights greeting him, coming from a nearby bar. For once he wound up at the city outskirts of not just the academy, but the temple as well. He hardly steps out of his comfort zone. He just needed to be away from familiar territory and try to relieve his heavy, clouded mind. That's just as bad as those drunkards in the distance. He continued to wander into the cold, hard concrete, and his ears perked up. He had this kind of sensation before, and his heart raced. According to his instincts, it's usually danger. He followed the chill down his spine and made a quick walk toward another desolate corner. He heard a screech belonging to a shrill female voice and realized she was under stress. At first he thought it was Sonya, but her voice was too high, probably younger. He hugged beside the corner as he observed a vague woman in her late 20s being yanked and taken down by a bulky man towering over her. He watched her thrash the sick man's arms away as he was attempting to advance on her. As she resisted, he knocked her to the stone ledge. He continued to watch the dismay. Then, while the infuriated male pinned her, his arm was caught in a sling. Only, it was someone's strong, though flimsy hand. "Let her go, pig!" The combatant managed to twist his arm backward, nearly cracking it, and having the man squeal. With his free hands, Lau knocked the brute away and raised his razor-rimmed hat. He stuck it near his neck as a warning, with a tiny blood searing his throat. He swore under his breath to never lay a hand on the damsel again. Lau was so close he could have sworn the abuser was feeling his heat and hatred. With a sharp heel turn, Lau stormed aside and took the helpless girl by the hand. He then told her to hold on to him seconds before he teleported a few feet away. He released the young denizen, who looked the same age as him, but very frantic, was wearing casual clothing as well as a tomboyish hairdo. "It's okay. You're safe now," he assured in a harsh whisper. The man was only a foot taller compared to her, and wearing a top hat like a cowboy's, she figured he is as such, though he never spoke with a Western accent. Through her vacant vision, she managed to make out his features. He looked to be Asian, contrary to her own facade. She tried to calm her breathing Now she's in assuring arms. Thank you. He simply just tipped his hat to her and gave a slight bow. As he did, his features became more noticeable in the dim, tall light, even making his hat sparkle by the metallic rims. Her mind began to register. You're Kung Lao. Indeed, he responded in a coy manner. I've heard and seen a lot of things about you. Suddenly his charm seemed to rub off on her. Much obliged. I am one of the prestigious Shaolin monks, as a representation of the Order of Light. And you? She introduced herself as Aiko Crackle, and she was new to the streets. She knew the Shaolin were from China, which was unfamiliar territory to her. He began to notice he wasn't in China, but rather somewhere in the States, particularly in New Jersey, she said. How did he wind up at a different side of the world so suddenly? Could it be Raiden? Back to the roots, there's the songs for that. This fanfic should be made into a series, the MK remix by another song. Usual themes would play from Shaolin monks before they returned to Earthrealm. Also, this story is loosely based on Shaolin monks. After the second Mortal Kombat tournament, though not one piece of media had said about the catch on being champion. I was deeply appalled by that, and the modern Mortal Kombat titles, and I recently encountered a fanfic titled The Mortal Kombat Tournament, a retelling of the original fight with Kung Lao, chosen as the protector and losing willingly to Goro, with Earthrealm defenseless and losing to Outworld's 10th victory. Those accursed things, as well as the finale of the aforementioned LP, and the history of Mortal Kombat Marathon with Fourth Snake's vids gave me the push I needed. At first, I was going to name my OC as Crackle a long time ago, but it won't be such a good name. So, who is this woman Kung Lao saved? And how and why did he abruptly wind up in a distant region from his home? Find out soon. Till then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out, and I hope this was a good start to my first Mortal Kombat epic. I'll see you guys later. Hopefully I'll do the next chapter someday. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another chapter of Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, we just saw Kung Lao rescue a woman named Aiko Crackle, and Kung Lao just abruptly noticed that he wasn't in China anymore, but he believes he might be somewhere in the United States, particularly New Jersey. And he just found out about the champion's curse, the champion's eternal curse, in which Kung Lao and Liu Kang have because they defeated Shao Kahn in the second tournament. And this was the same fate in which the great Kung Lao suffered from. So, the two monks are actually sharing their ancestors' fate from 500 years ago. And needless to say, Raiden didn't tell them about it. And Kung Lao was devastated, and so he wandered away from the academy, and thus found Aiko, who was under distress by an assaulter. So, they both seem to be lost. So without further ado, let's get this thing going. Alright, hold on. Alright, Chapter 2. Enter Aiko. I hope the first continuity was satisfying and entertaining enough. Seriously, exploring the Mortal Kombat lore is a challenge, and it's like playing with fire here. Anyway, enter my OC Aiko, originally named as Crackle when I was a kid. Although, the concept of her may be tricky, but even though it's set in the classic timeline, there will be some elements from the alternate timeline, even though I hate it so much. Which I do. I hate the NetherRealm games. So, here goes. Kung Lao couldn't believe he was suddenly transported to a distant region so fast, let alone so subtly. He would have noticed himself going in through a portal, as it felt like the body was having contact with electricity while the radical energy made hairs on his neck stand up. Then he would be tossed off his feet as the vortex lifted him like a tornado, nearly like how enemies or opponents would make contact with his own whirlwind kick. Well, actually, it's tornado kick. He must have been in such a stupor he never noticed. How did Raiden send me here? Let alone a region far from the Wuxi Academy. Aiko noticed his blank stare. Kung Lao? He turned to her, and somehow his mind felt a tug of sorts, like a rod suddenly catching a fish. Aiko. Something seems so familiar. She lowered her eyes. Whatever it is, her predicament won't be so easy to explain. Kung Lao, I remembered you several years ago. You look so much different than you used to. Like how I saw you for the first time. Then I hardly saw you and your comrades again. I don't understand. You've known me from several years ago? Lousy scrolls. Yeah, Aiko was trying to reorganize her thoughts to make her statement clearer. I'm not from around here. I felt like I traveled back through time. The streets in these places weren't the same. You see, I was at first being hunted down by hordes of revenants, who looked like the combatants I knew from long ago. Only, they were undead, including you. I was at a loss for words. He put it to himself in disbelief. Me? What are you talking about? I must have died and got reanimated somewhat. I was on the run a lot, moving from place to place. I was with a group of disabled refugees who also lost loved ones from the endless invasions. It was very scary. Chill ran down her spine, making her shiver. She eventually recovered. I woke up one night, and I somehow wound up here. I remembered you and your comrades even before you were all zombified. Lau thought she was making a little bit of sense, though he'd never imagined him and his friends decayed, and always having a lust for killing. You said you knew us. From the 2 tournaments? Yeah. Again, Aiko was trying to recollect her thoughts. She always hated when her brain processed things slowly. I once helped you guys out, as Shao Kahn was damaging the Earth's dimensional fabric. I've only seen you before that time. Shao Kahn? Liu Kang and I decimated him in Outworld. You're not making any sense. He was defeated, but somehow he was revived, as was Shang Tsung. Visions of dealing with the elemental orb from the sorcerer flashed through her mind. The last time I saw you guys was when you recruited some bird named Asgard. Actually, it's Asgarth. I spelt it wrong, sorry. And the Shao Kahn was at war with the Centaurs when Khan retreated. Though Kitana's plan fell apart on taking the throne, I hadn't seen you all after that. This was incredibly suspicious. The Shao Kahn? The Centaurs? At least you knew the Princess of Edenia. Kitana? You knew her? Indeed. She was with Liu Kang, Sonya, Jack, Stryker, Raiden, Nightwolf, and Sub-Zero. If I'm correct, and I believe the war is still going on. In case you don't know, it's from Defenders of the Realm. Lau was starting to be slightly intrigued. Aiko, where are they? If you went back in time, maybe we can still find them? She hesitated, trying to recollect how she wound up with them. She remembered being taken in as several cybernetic warriors attacked. Then they were hiding in a secret alcove. Lau noticed her struggling. She began to moan in irritation as she squeezed her eyes shut. She was trying to voluntarily make memories appear in her brain. Aiko? Her hands dropped from her head. I can't explain. It's been too long. How long has it been? About 16 years. Needless to say, this shocked him. Aiko. I need to find someplace safe. This place is dangerous. She never wanted to be mangled by a random sexual predator again. Kung Lao looked around frantically for some kind of shelter. Then his eyes came across a bright light. He realized it was one of those shrines he saw a few weeks earlier throughout the Wuxi Academy, Shang Tsung's Island, even Outworld. He then turned to his new ally. I think I know somewhere where we can go. Come. He brushed a hand and she followed. About a yard away, the light shrine was in clear sight, within a small cove, a few feet above the streets. Lau signaled Aiko to hold on to his shoulders again, then he theorized he can make it up there before he teleported in a blue dust. Fortunately, it was just enough distance. Using his hat, he made a few sparks of the rock statue, which made a small flame to the small abandoned group of dried-up twigs below. He figured they'd be safe for the moment, at least until the next day. It may seem like malarkey, but Kung Lao was starting to believe what Aiko was saying. Still, he couldn't understand how nor why he wound up in Jersey, a land far away from his home. Yet, somehow she may be the key to finding out his comrades again, and maybe tell them about his and Lu's curse. As they settled down, Lau learned that Aiko knew him and the others since she was 6 years old, though she wasn't involved with them till a few months later. She even called Kung Lao a cowboy based on the way he looked. And as stated earlier, he became pretty bashful at the thought, figuring it was his hat that made her interpret this awkward classification. Fatigued, he decided the both of them should get some shut-eye. Maybe this way, Aiko would be more focused and logical of what's going on. It was the fact that Shao Kahn still lives, and his friends were involved again that compelled him to keep going. After several hours, the sun peeked from the clouds, making its light wake up the duo. Luckily, as he prepared to leave the academy, he packed up a few sundries. Case in point, Lau had a kettle of fresh green tea. Aiko was fascinated by the exotic taste, and he figured they needed the caffeine kick. He knew that while they needed it to increase their energy, they didn't need a lot of the fattening sugar. Aiko was impressed as how prestigious the Shaolin monks were. Lau and us Shaolin monks must be in the topmost condition. We are the bringers of enlightenment, and it is vital we shall protect Earthrealm from evil forces, both foreign and domestic. I am, in fact, a descendant of the great Kung Lao, the very first champion of Mortal Kombat. Sounds like they are like the Chinese equivalent to the US military, always going through tumultuous and rigorous training, always needing to be the best warriors to protect your land. Yes, that is our primary function. Aiko couldn't imagine always being in such harsh conditions like going through boot camp and such, and the pressures upholding law and order as well as his promising legacy. Man, it must have been hard to uphold these duties, being the Chinese's best and the world's strongest. It's almost like a mix between training for the Olympics and becoming a high-ranking soldier of sorts. At least we don't tend to be as headstrong as Sonya Blade is. That name tugged memories in Aiko's mind. At least we are a peace-loving kind. We don't always tend to jump to violence, unless it is absolutely necessary. That's a relief. At least you weren't like those other guys. Those outside the academy. You guys seem to be a diamond in the rough. That's a nice basic way of summarizing us. He questioned her what she meant on being different. Because you weren't like the other Chinese. They are... how should I say this? Militaristic, warmongering, aggressive. Kung Lao was surprised. Where'd you hear that? I've heard so much about your own kind. They're communists, and very close allies to Russia. They seem contrary to you guys. No offense. Always working them to the bone, seemingly violent, cold and bitter, like war machines. I see. I guess us monks are more benevolent compared to the outside world. As a sort of beacon. They seem to be totalitarian at times, but in all fairness, we have worse. Like Russia, and especially North Korea. He paused for a bit, waiting for Aiko to process the intel. But yes, us monks unfortunately seem to be more specific than they are. You got me there. That is why we must always be on our guard. Somehow Aiko felt more comfortable around him. At least he understood how his people tend to operate contrary to tyrants or belligerent individuals. And what if their, urges? Remembering their age of consent, he wasn't taken aback by this, especially since 98% of the monks were male. No matter how tense the moment is, we never surrender to our biological urges. Us Shaolin monks must stand for a life of celibacy. Fornication is forbidden, as it is against the order of light. We must stay pure-hearted and refrain from our sudden setbacks. Unless we were to be wed, of course. That really calmed Aiko's nerves. Kung Lao definitely knew how to set someone at ease. Then he had an epiphany. Come with me. What? To the Wuxi Academy. I'll introduce you to the Shaolin and teach you our ways of life. Kung Lao, I don't know. I took a back paddle. Having someone from another time, let alone being in unfamiliar territory, may just be too much for her, let alone cause so much anxiety. My pardons. I shouldn't have made the offer. have my own inner demons to fight. I should never have involved you. Aiko said nothing. Still overwhelmed, Kung Lao? He heard a familiar voice from behind, yet as he turned, he saw his sensei before him. He was surprised he hadn't appeared with the usual crash of thunder nor flash of lightning. He immediately stood up and faced him. Master Raiden! I'm not sure of anything anymore. I'm still preoccupied of this eternal curse. But she says she knows you, me, are friends. She thinks she can help find them. Aiko! He turned and saw her. I hardly recognize you. You've grown so much. You both know each other? Indeed, she was basically the heart of our team, while we were hiding from Outworld's evil forces, as well as the invasion from other realms since the world's dimensional fabric became more fragile. Yes, Aiko was saying about something like this. And Shao Kahn, how did he survive after Liu Kang and I destroyed him? The Emperor has been revived somehow. I doubt this was the Elder God's doing. Perhaps someone from the Netherrealm was at foot, or maybe he'd escaped from the damned territory. I noticed that Scorpion was revived there, and I realized this after I fought him. He flashed back to the brutal battle with the vengeful ninja turned wraith. He nearly died there doing so. Again, from the Let's Play. If that's the case, then Khan is more reckless than ever before, and I believe he has been regaining his lost strength from the last time you fought him. This must be why he was ruining Earthrealm and still is as we speak. How long has this been happening? For about 3 months now. I actually put you in a comatose state. Kung Lao just became dumbfounded, even Aiko. Raiden assured he was suffering from survivor's guilt and he wasn't ready to face the challenges ahead. No wonder the monk didn't notice anything changing and waking up in a foreign place. The cat really did get his tongue. I was surprised once I saw Aiko again after her younger self left us for good. And the reason being was she's too young and inexperienced. It was only right to send her away permanently and return to her home once Outworld became under an intense civil war between the Shao Kahn and the Centaurs. The Shokan race are Goro and Kentoro's kind, although the Draconian Prince is in constant conflict with the latter's breed being Targaryen. The Centaurs hate both factions as well. They are not peaceful tribes. I see. That couldn't help but feel sorry for them in a way, even though he faced off with 2 wrecking machines before. And what about her? Raiden stepped close to Aiko and knelt matching her height. She felt a bit intimidated by the ferocity of Raiden, but he laid an assuring hand on her. She used to be someone very special, and very rare in her abilities. Aiko, do you remember assisting us? Yes, sir, I do. I was like the heart of her team, as you said, the pacifier. Aside from Nightwolf, anyway. I used to make peace with you guys, trying to resolve as much stress and internal conflicts as possible. But I cannot fight. How can she be of use to us if she can't fight? Skills in combat isn't the only way to win victories. Us Shaolin monks are often required to be a part of the White Lotus Society, to be the topmost defenders of Earth. However, there are those who can't fend for themselves, but rather have excellent skills in managing conflicts without raising a hand. And that power comes from deep within the heart and mind. You mean like scholars? Damn. You mean like scholars? Raiden affirmed this. He then faced his young warrioress again. Aiko, Allow me to awaken your dormant strength. You would be of use to us, more than ever. Rain laid a hand on her forehead and she felt numb as she closed her eyes. Moments later, her life flashed before her eyes. All those moments that happened in her own time and rewinding to when she was 6, assisting the warriors, mostly at the hidden base. Her eyes were rapidly moving faster than a hummingbird's wings, and she felt buzzes in her head, going down to her toes. She abruptly opened her eyes as if her body took a jolt after a nightmare, though it wasn't fright, but shock and awe. Her mind continued to buzz and fuzz as she touched her forehead, her scalp dry. Do you remember us now, Aiko? Ah, yes. Yes, I do. Kung Lao walked to her. Are you okay? As he touched her, though, the contact made his palm take a shock. He shook his hand to rid the sudden sensation. Her powers still need to be unlocked and used in the most proper manner. Her abilities had laid dormant as she grew older. Maybe then she can still utilize them. My powers? Do you feel any different? Aside from the rumbling beneath her feet, she noticed her heart beginning to warm. I think so. What do you mean by my powers, Raiden? That time will come, soon enough. He stood and turned to his promising disciple. As for you, Kung Lao, you must protect her. You realized why I brought you here. You found her, didn't you? I thought there was something familiar once I looked closely. She said she met me before the first 2 tournaments, and my comrades as well. Even I recognized her. Her younger self's still at home, so there's no chance on seeing her. But now she is older. She shall become one of us when the time is right. Kung Lao punched his other hand. I must head back to where my friends were. She said they were hiding in some kind of cave. This location was supposed to be desolate for us. No one was supposed to know of its whereabouts. Since Shao Kahn is still creating indirect conflicts onto Earth, I will take you to them. Come, it is time now. He hesitated for a moment after he told them to hold on. Aiko, I remembered you are an astrophobic. Do not be alarmed on what I'm about to do. She gulped. Oh. She reluctantly held on to Kung Lao for extra comfort. Soon enough, with a crack of thunder, the trio disappeared within a flash of light. They came to a rocky terrain complete with the tall, steep precipices and a portal at the rear of the large battleground. Through the clearing, he saw a group of cybernetic and saurian fighters. He followed the clatter of metal which was making deafening clangs, even those that seemed to irritate Aiko's ears. As he noticed her hands covering them, he saw the commotion and, to his surprise, he found him! Liu Kang! None of the heroes looked up as if they were almost being outnumbered. He ordered Aiko to stay put with Raiden while he spotted several different ledges protruding from the cliff walls. With careful precision, as well as using his teleport a few times, he was able to gain his footing. In a way, it was almost reminded the monk of the pit in Outworld where he first met up with Reptile. Despite the déjà vu, he ended up a few feet away from the Saurian army. He had an uncanny idea as he tossed his razor-rimmed hat at a jagged rock wall. The large stones took a moment to collapse, but once they did, it caused another group of rocks to tumble and descend onto the unfortunate group below. There's no way their lethal acid could penetrate through that! Bob gloated to his damaging display as he was readjusting his hat, which came back to him like a boomerang. The other surviving Saurians looked upon the sudden avalanche, and for once they were shaking in their boots. Lao then spotted a lone Saurian without a mask as he saw his forked poisonous tongue dripping with acid and actually laying over and intimidating an ally he once knew. Jax! He saw him get spat on by the ninja's corrosive acid eating away his bionic arms. He was stunned by the attack. "He's not gonna make it!" Lau immediately jumped into the fray as he teleported downward to the open field. He then tossed his hat again, only this time it got the Saurian's attention when the brim knocked him from behind. He hissed and spotted the mysterious mortal a few feet away. He then turned to his attention while Sonya ran to treat Jax's wounds and dwindle the poison with leftover water from her canister. Much to his dismay, Kung Lao's mind flashed back to the acidic later and the deadly warrior deep within the living forest. "Reptile! I thought I killed you back in the living forest and stole your thunder by attaining your sete. So, you're the one who murdered my general. I'm Kombat, and you shall die insolently for that." Thankfully, there wasn't a slippery pool of minor acid slowly eating away his boots, but Kung Lao was ready to throw some punches. Utilized some of the same strategies he had with the deadly olive-green adversary, keeping his distance and dodging his forked tongue fresh with poison, like combating a lethal frittolance. He did take a few blows at times, even once when he made a contact with the acid, stunning him for another attack. Luckily, he was able to minimize the lethal sting as he tumbled when his face made contact with the dirt. They were both swift fighters, each one exchanging blows even from Kombatai's slide. His energy projectiles and even sometimes grabbing Kung Lao by the neck with his retractable tongue. Luckily, Lao pulled off some tricks as well. He managed to toss Kombatai over his shoulder once he got close enough to his body as he was being pulled. Another time he was barely able to reach for his hat to slice it, but it was unsuccessful. He mostly relied on his wits, his hat, and even his tornado kick and teleport kicks to cover more ground. At times, like Reptile, Kombatai was able to vanish with a poof, confusing the warrior. Unfortunately, his footsteps were minimized and hardly heard compared to the toxic pool. Kung Lao failed at a few attempts, however his crackerjack thinking led him to using his tornado to attack on all sides, even deflecting Kombatai's acid. Eventually, Kung Lao's determination and resilience gave him the upper hand. Kombatai was just as slick on his feet, but he didn't have as much stamina nor strategy as him. Eventually, he got all tired out, but Lao hammered him down to the hard, cruel terrain. He then threw his hat sideways, and it stayed put, while it vertically spun so rapidly. Kung Lao grabbed and dragged the fatigued Kombatai towards it, and Aiko immediately startled and turned away. Raiden came to her side as he had the nerve to witness Lao's signature razor edge. With the groin first, Kombatai had officially died as his body split in two. Blood spewed all over the place, and by the time he was satisfied over the corpse, Lao retrieved his hat and shook any stray drips from his brim. He then made a fighting pose over his kill. "Oh no!" The other Saurians watched the fatality and dastardly ran to the portal yonder. Raiden shouted from the stone ledge to hurry and stop the fleeing soldiers. Kung Lao immediately went on the prowl, utilizing as many of his teleportation abilities, trying to keep up. As he gained a few feet, he stopped and propelled on the ground horizontally. His body kept on swirling, creating a large and vicious daredevil. The faster and stronger he rotated, the more destructive the tornado became, trapping the remaining Saurians just a few feet away from their retreat. Lao eventually dug his boots into the dirt and spread his arms out, tossing the helpless ninjas onto whatever protruding edge pierced through their bodies, while others dropped dead. The display was impressive to the other spectators, even Aiko and Raiden, whom the latter teleported her descent. The ferocity was too much for Kung Lao, however, as he suffered from the vertigo. A fellow monk ran to his side and laid a thermal hand on him to help calm the disorientation. His vision blurred, then he squeezed his eyes shut till he felt his head was clear enough. From the blur he saw sight for sore eyes, or at least that was how he felt. Liu Kang! He nodded in affirmation and they both bowed to each other before they were reunited in their strong arms. They even patted each other on the backs a few times, despite them being sleek from sweat. They parted and Liu was the most cohesive. It's been too long, old friend. All Lao did was nod, and the other warriors gathered around them. He recognized almost everyone, even Katana and Sub-Zero. Long time no see. It is an honor to make your acquaintance again, Shaolin. The cryomancer bowed, remembering his assistance back in the Outworld Wastelands. Liu Kang pulled up slowly, and Lao was mingled with the fighters he hadn't seen in so long. He was even introduced to Curtis Stryker, who was still on duty as a riot control officer in New York, before he was summoned by Raiden. He broke through the crowd with Aiko by his side. Come, we have much to discuss. He then led them to the unique trio of dragon jets, large crimson aircraft shaped like serpentines, that were designed by Nightwolf as transportation to traverse through portals and protect the pilot and passengers from the radical energy. It was stated they can sometimes hold 2 people while occasionally shift to a 3-seater. Liu Kang and Katana took one with Kung Lao at the rear. Sonya and Jax took another with the latter riding it on account on his damaged metallic arms, and Stryker and Sub-Zero took the third, while Raiden teleported Aiko to the hidden layer as the jets submerged. And here are the songs for that. I think I did a decent job with Lao's major fight with Kombat. At first I got him confused since he looked so much like Reptile, even without the mask. If you guys remember the cartoon, you know who he is, as well as the dragon jets and the hero's hidden base. I know, the jets were just ploys to sell toys, but I thought it was unique, as portals weren't the only way on traveling from place to place, so I figured they'd be useful to protect them from their radical energy, like sapping vitality from the Devil's Road in Final Fantasy IV. But damn, I wish the same ploy would have been used for F-Zero GP Legend. Battle itself was inspired by the boss fight in Shaolin Monks, as Lao faces off with Reptile in his lair. Kombat deserved to go since he remained MIA for so damn long. Like they say, take that, Scrappy. Also, I kinda see Kung Lao as resilient as Liu Kang, while also being cooler and more collected compared to Kang's ardency. And even utilizing some strategy whilst I see Liu going headfirst into battle. Lao does have more variety and seems to be more versatile. And yes, I classified Kung Lao as a shallow cowboy as I wasn't interested until Shaolin Monks. And it was very difficult including the OC I made a long time ago. She was 9, like me, when Defenders of the Realm took place, but instead of a few years, I decreased the time to a few months. Also, Chronica might have transported Aiko back since she did the same, driving the warriors forward in time as a one-way trip. So Kung Lao is finally reunited with his fellow warriors, and has once been added to the roster with Aiko. I bet he was cut out due to his graphic moves, much like Melina and her gruesome Turcotten fangs and lethal skills. So stay tuned for part 3. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and stay tuned for the next chapter. Hopefully I'll get down to that. back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, Kung Lao and Aiko actually reunited with Raiden, and he actually recognized her due to her past self, when she was like 6 years old at the time. Apparently, he actually comatosed Kung Lao for about 3 months because Kung Lao found out that Shao Kahn is still alive after he and Liu Kang defeated him in Outworld. So 3 months later, he's apparently regaining his lost strength and wreaking havoc on Earth's dimensional fabric. And so Kung Lao was fascinated that he reunited with his friends again, and he took out an army of Saurians. And he actually took out their leader, who he thought it was Reptile, but it was Komadai, who was very similar to him, but I would say he's a bit inferior. So take that, Scrappy. And so he reunited with Liu Kang and got introduced to Stryker, reunited with the other combatants, and so they're on their way to their mountain base. So let's get this thing going. Alright, hold on a sec, guys. I was at the author notes, so give me a minute. Alright, here we are. Calm before the storm. The defenders of Earthrealm prepared for the final battle with Shao Kahn's forces on the anniversary of the unfortunate death of Gerard, the benevolent king of Edenia and Kitana's father. They anxiously awaited the confrontation, but Liu Kang showed more apprehension because the victory would mean that Kitana would have to leave the team to rule Edenia. In case you can't tell, it's a tie-in to Defenders of the Realm's last episode. Sadly, it got canned after that. Aiko was just as uneasy as he was, although always wanting to have someone else rule the throne in Kitana's stead, like Asgarth, Gerard's most skilled knight, and to her better qualified. She always wanted Liu and Kitana together since she meant so much to him. And I still do. Kitana was still able to strike an agreement with Shiva and her Shokan warriors, but Aiko was disappointed that Nightwolf, her idol at the time, had to stay at base with Raiden, as the Thunder God couldn't risk everyone being trapped in enemy territory should the insurrection fail. He has no power in that forsaken terrain after all. With Shao Kahn still in his weakened state after his death, then resurrection, Kitana and the rebellion forces broke into his castle and demanded that he'd hand over his rule to the princess at long last. As a brutal Iron Fist as he was, he outright refused to surrender. Suddenly, Shang Tsung appeared with the warriors of the real Shiva as he was functioning as their mole, disguising himself as the leader of the Shokan, while also breaking the news to their worst enemy. The sorcerer was also after the throne of Outworld, and the Shokan took his side, since Khan always insulted them. But Tsung has forgotten one thing. Shiva and the Shokan also have enemies in Outworld. Raiden found out, however, of Shang Tsung's plan, and disrupted the fight. He brought with him the worst enemy of Shiva, Motoro, and the whole Centaur and Tarkhan army. As Shao Kahn gave the slip with a pair of shadow priests, the defenders escaped through a portal as the Shokan and Centaurs did a slaughtered battle. Raiden was wary that he'd be mincemeat once the dust should settle. The insurrection may have failed, but the realm of Earth has not fallen yet, and Mortal Kombat continued to rage on. So it seemed. With the war raging, it was time for the young Aiko to finally leave the team and return home permanently, much to her dismay. For the past trimester, Liu Kang reunited with Sonya, Jax, Kitana, and even Sub-Zero, though his name was Kuai Liang as he was the youngest brother of the fallen cryomancer Bi-Han. Raiden had also assisted a technical expert shaman named Nightwolf, who built the desolate cave while installing a massive computer system to track portals, even having his own pet wolf Kiba, while also recruiting Curtis Stryker as well. Heck, the magnificent Matoka even designed 3 dragon jets as quick and often safer transport through portals, as the rifts and realms tend to make the combatants sap their energy without protection. And that was the last time I ever saw them. The current Aiko was sitting in an opaque room within the shared base. A lone candle was lit as she recalled the last several moments with the defenders, before a younger self left. Both of her idols, Kung Lao and Nightwolf, along with his pet wolf Kiba, stayed by her side as her mind recollected her lost memories. She was lucky she hadn't remembered the incidences before she went back through time within the devastated realm inhabited by... Inhabited by revenants, the corrupt mirrored versions of the heroes. Recently, her mind had been sporadically wandering elsewhere as it was recollecting her memories from 16 years ago. Those random scenes role-playing in her head terrified her and interfered her cohesiveness. They also caused her some minor migraines as well as racing heartbeats. In the physical level, she began to wail, suffering from sensory overload, as if her mind was swelling and almost ready to burst from the constant stress. As a shaman, Grey Cloud was willing to help her almost immediately to soothe her mental anguishes, especially since he almost instantly recognized her. Aiko was indeed his biggest admirer, even when he stood up against Quan Chi and the warmongering gem of Tetsuri. Which is actually Quan Chi's true debut, by the way, not Mythology's. He offered her a drink, his special herbal tea, to help her mind be rehydrated, will also help her refocus her thoughts. With some time and support, she was able to calm herself. The Matoka offered to stay with her along with Kiba and Kung Lao. The latter offered her to try and meditate once she was sedated enough. Meditation? I'm pretty skeptical about this. Why is that? Isn't it sort of like sleeping while sitting down? He was a little flabbergasted. Yes, something like that. But it does so much more. It focuses your heart and mind and reduces chronic problems like stress, heart disease, and depression. The Shaolin monks use it as a common practice to help us focus and improve our well-being. So do us Matoka. It can also help you on a spiritual level as well. It makes you more intuitive, even when discovering your inner self, almost like being in a dream state. Aiko was kind of intrigued, even when both men walked her through the process and how vital it was, especially when making it as a routine. Kiba just sat beside them as their own watchdog, and Nightwolf offered to lead the ceremony, with possible effects of sedation, while Kung Lao was the more sober spectator, encouraging Aiko on keeping track of her feelings, visions, etc. At times her mind zoned out as she was feeling the subduing effects, while her mind began to calm. Nightwolf was sort of like the witch doctor with the green fumes, as well as helping her get into a trance with his exotic drums. He once stated because of how sensitive Aiko was, she was enthralled by Nightwolf's customs, including how the vibrations and rhythmic sounds tend to daze her. Entranced and a bit incoherent, she still stated on what was going on, what she was hearing, remembering, seeing, and feeling. Through that process, she was able to recall vivid details on her last moments with the defenders before Kung Lao came into the mix. It was apparently new to him, too. By the time Aiko came to, saying it was the last time, she realized Shang Tsung and Shao Kahn were still alive, much to Lao's dismay. How can they still be alive? We killed them at the tournament! He then remembered Raiden's warning of them being possibly resurrected or escaping from the Netherrealm, just as how Kamadai and the Saurian army became stragglers from Outworld. Is that what Raiden told you? Yes, it was. Is that what Raiden told you? Yes, it was. He warned us that Khan been regaining his lost strength. I guess that's why he didn't make any direct assaults onto you. Until the insurrection. He faced Aiko again as he laid a hand on her. Aiko, you said you have escaped? Indeed. He disappeared with 2 shadow priests, but I was still at base with Nightwolf and Kiba at the time. Your mind's eye must have saw things differently. Another perception. How are you feeling now? Oh, felt like I slept for hours. Or maybe sobering up after a drink. I know the feeling. She faced him. How long was I out of it? About 40 minutes, counting all the time it took for you to go under. Jeez. Sorry for the interruption, guys. Okay, here we go. Outside the dark chamber within the main deck, Raiden was discussing with his fellow warriors on how and why he had brought Aiko along, since she had something none of his warriors had. In other words, the power of heart, which does distinguish her as sort of a weak, though skilled addition to the defenders of Earthrealm. What? How can the older Aiko or even the younger version be of use to us if she can't fight? Striker always, the bitter one, queried. Raiden questioned. Well, haven't you forgotten on what she was capable of? Only Nightwolf was aware of her prowess. Her heart powers may be inferior compared to our capabilities, but it can be quite powerful if used in the right conditions. She used to be a sort of peacemaker to us, Katana recalled. She always wanted what was best for us. She did want Liu Kang and I to stay together. Yeah, I remembered her assuring me I should use my unfortunate childhood experience as a motivation on being a powerhouse to the team, Jax added. As being the most strongest person she's ever met. He smiled at her words after the group was infected by the Tetsuri gem. I remember Jax saying he used to be overweight, and there were people who would bully him, but she said she'd seen much worse. Somehow she has the ability to set our minds at ease, like as a way to melt the ice, Sub-Zero, aka Kuala Yang, mentioned. Yeah, definitely as a way to melt your ice, Liu Kang spatted, in which Aiko stated he and the Cryomancer were the odd couple since they'd opposing elemental abilities. She functioned as the mouthpiece for us, much like Nightwolf. Katana was beginning to think something through. She does seem to offer her assistance in times of need. She always hates disarray and tension. She has the tendency to be level-headed, positive, and does her best to give us a measuring hand. A reassuring hand. She also looks up to me as a sort of motherly figure. No different than with Master Raiden. Footsteps were heard from behind, and Kung Lao, Nightwolf, Kiba, and Aiko emerged. How are you feeling? Are you alright? She seems a little dazed, but intact. So what now? I named him as a fearless leader because I feel he should play a leadership role. Stryker looked over the schematic upon Nightwolf's techie equipment, and there was little to no activity in Outworld, let alone in Shao Kahn's tower. Take a look over here. Quiet as a mouse. Been like that all week. There is nothing happening. He always was the tactician, though his police jargon made it complicated for the team to understand at times. Maybe they had already discarded all of the forearms and half-horsies to the wastelands. On that note, there hasn't been any RIP activity, aside from that recent Saurian escapade. The deep sun sigh escaped. Ugh. Everyone noticed it was Stryker. Why are you so pent up? I'm just not used to this uncomfortable silence. For the past trimester, we were always on the hunt for portals. We're just simply looking for trouble. There's been a whole lot of nothing since the reptile invasion. I think we've won, and I'd already seen what the big bad's gonna do. But Aiko said he and Shang Tsung had been resurrected. We cannot wait. Kung Lao grew anxious. He wouldn't want to let the evil build. Kung Lao's right. They may just be too easy. Liu Kang for once agreed with his Shaolin rival. There were some murmurs heard throughout the team, echoing off the spacious walls. This started to irritate Aiko. The Thunder God hesitated and broke the anxiety. I think we should just sit this out. What? You actually want us to leave this dull hellhole? As if their mentor was doing the unthinkable. After a brief hesitation, he requested for his warriors to have a little R&R and invade Outworld when the time is right. Someone should hold the fort, though, if things should get awry within any of the 7 realms. 7? Sonya just realized that Johnny Cage hadn't shown up all this time. Jax wondered if she had a relationship with him. I kinda wondered the same thing. What? No, it just doesn't feel the same without him. I don't know if he's been in Hollywood or what. I mean, if Kung Lao and Aiko were here, wouldn't Raiden summon Johnny here too? Or Cabal? The mysterious handicapped warrior entered her mind briefly. Yeah, right. Well, maybe he was just too busy, Sonya. He's an actor. A world-renowned, though cocky, celebrity. Or maybe his ego would be a hindrance to the team. Maybe. But I just can't help but wonder. Then it's settled. What is this? Then it's settled. We should all use a little breather just to rest up temporarily. And maybe catch up on lost time. Kung Lao could have sworn Raiden mentioned the last statement to him. I should cover base and let all of you kiddos take a brief respite. There's still no telling of what Shao Kahn can do. Mentioning the Emperor's name made some of the mortals quiver. I'll check in Outworld and spot anything suspicious. And what about, if you wish to go with me, Liu Kang, you're more than welcome to. This put the monk at ease. For once, the princess had enough confidence in him as the chosen one aside from Lao. Going with your girlfriend, I see. We actually begun to accept one another, Kung Lao. She then looked at him with an irritable stare. She was still uncomfortable. He was the one who killed off her best friend. Then it's settled. It'll be at least a week's respite, and then we shall rendezvous back here. Pseudo-cowboy actually reoffered Aiko to visit the academy grounds, since she virtually had no other place to go anyway. You really think so? Well, okay. Somewhere in the deserts of Earthrealm, inside the Great Pyramid of Egypt, Shao Kahn perched upon its ancient throne. The pair of shadow priests stood at each side in the shady chamber, despite it being filled with cobwebs and surrounded by various jewels. He needed a new place to set up shop after his fortress was invaded by the Defenders of Earth, the treacherous Princess Katana, and the wrathful Shokan raging against the Centaurs and Tarkans. A small vial of blood rested on one of the stone armrests he crafted for his temporary hideout. One of his men shoved the wounded sorcerer Shang Tsung in to meet up with the weakened emperor. Ironically, he appeared more out of shape than his tyrannical master. He was chained for the sudden schemes working with Shiva, trying to use the Outworld throne against him. Kang stood up from his perch, giving a hard haze onto the shapeshifter. Shang Tsung! Traitor to Outworld and to my own regime! Your attempts to conquer the throne has been thwarted by the aftermath of your foolish attempts. to usurp Outworld in the Shokan. You're good for nothing without your precious army to defend you. Spat out blood. Spare me your threats, great Emperor. You would have slaughtered me when the situation called for it. Even better, I would have banned you to the Cobalt Mines again, where you will suffer for eternity in a more permanent matter. Your insolence has sorely driven my patience. Then he stuck up a finger. However, I'd literally had an abrupt change of heart in order to attain total control over both Outworld and the Earth Realm. I was resurrected by the Netherrealm demon sorcerer Quan Chi, who was more prominent in evil skills and necromancy and power. You shall ally with him, as I had assigned both of you to reanimate the corpse of Queen Sindel. Kitana's dead mother? How can she possibly help us in our conquest? She drove herself to suicide upon the usurpation of Outworld after you assassinated the late King Gerard and forced her to marry you to secure your rule. Indeed, but that all matters not. She shall claim the throne at my side once again. You and Quan Chi must reanimate her decayed vessel and warp her to work for the Black Arts. We shall triumph over both of those putrid realms. Go now, Shang Tsung, and do not fail me again. Moments later, he and Quan Chi operated the malicious plan as they buried a skeleton filled with maggots and decayed relics. With their skills in resurrection, both evil magic users conjured to bring life and restructure the ugly vessel. Moments later, skin began to form as well as fresh bloody nerves. Hair began to grow rapidly like a sapling and thickened into eerie white and black locks. Soon her eyebrows began to thicken. Suddenly the wicked myriad rose from the thick, scorching sand and took her first breath of life. Before she faced her two makers, Quan Chi laid a purple, thin robe over her weak vessel. He knew that her strength would return in time as he did the same with Khan's fragile vessel. He held up the blood-crusted amulet which brightened in his palm. Her vacant eyes flashed with that same shade. After a few moments she began to show a wide grin of her clean, white, and sharp fangs through her curling black lips. Uh-oh, Sindel's been resurrected. Meanwhile, sensing the great surge of power coursing through him, Khan raised his arms and let out a malicious laugh. Following the commotion, in came Khan's esteemed warriors Melina and Baraka. Hold on. Emperor, what news? Have I finally gotten my chance on slaughtering my sister? Indeed you have, my fine daughter. You and Baraka shall prepare your loyal Tarkhan warriors. Rally up your men. We are finally prepared to begin our foolproof conquest. The elder gods will never suspect us, and you shall meet your true mother soon, my precious child. Both monstrosities bowed down with Melina doing a low curtsy. At long last, the balls have been set in our court. Earthrealm and Outworld will both be at my ironclad grasp. Back at the Wuxi Academy, Raiden assembled a portal for all of his combatants to return to their corresponding homelands, even offering Aiko to traverse with Kung Lao back to the academy grounds. He was, however, a bit disappointed that Liu Kang would dare to step into enemy territory with Kitana, instead of returning to his proper place in Earthrealm, but he eventually let up if they should be his scouts. The monk escorted the clueless warrioress through the thick, opaque woods, and amongst the clearing was his valued turf. Aiko was astonished of the oriental environment, despite the fallen debris and patches of burnt stone. With wide, wandering eyes, She looked around and also absorbed the refreshing, crisp air. So, this is the esteemed Wuxi Academy. Yes, indeed. This is also the heart and the nerve center to the Order of Light, as well as the White Lotus Society. The diamond of the rough, as you would say. Rice couldn't stop scanning the fascinating place. Kung Lao reached to her, offering her to follow. She continued to do so, sticking with the prestigious hero as much as possible, since chances were good that she and her mind would wander aimlessly. He was like an anchor to her buoy, no doubt, and the peaceful climate was completely contrary to all the devastated and infested buildings she kept running away from. In her dystopian future. A lone monk was squeegeeing one of the balconies soaked with water left from the Tarkhan invasion, and he just peeked over to see one of the promising monks return, with a woman by his side. He declared in Chinese to the other wondering monks, "It's Kung Lao! He's back! Kung Lao has returned! Everyone! Kung Lao is here!" At a distance, the monks' glee can be heard. The other monks picked up on it. They were just as glad Kung Lao translated the call to Aiko. What are they saying? They're just glad to see me home. Rinzamuk ran up to the duo. Kung Lao! You're alive and well. Welcome home. Thank you. I appreciate the welcome. And who was your companion? He stated as he watched her try and do an awkward curtsy. This is Aiko. She's a good friend of mine. And she happens to be new to our humble customs. She went close to Lao's side, trying to hide her bashfulness. She's just shy. She's not used to us just yet. We're all thrilled to have you here, Kung Lao. Where is Liu Kang? Thought of mentioning his girlfriend was on the tip of Lao's tongue, but he backtracked. He can't make it back just yet. He's in Outworld, scouting with Princess Katana. There seems to be some suspicious activity. Wow. And what of Shao Kahn, the Conqueror? We're not certain. We thought he's been destroyed since our victory in the previous tournament, but Raiden thinks he's been resurrected, and Aiko believes the conflict isn't over. Be that as it may, we must be on our guard. Of course. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Aiko. We don't get many foreigners around these parts. Yeah, I see. Lao offered her to embrace more of his culture, and the monk passed the word. She questioned, how did they become so fluent in English? Well, did you know that Great Britain owns Hong Kong? Her jaw dropped so wide that he assumed it can't descend to the floor. She was completely speechless. She couldn't believe that Chinese territory belonged to the United Kingdom. This was an incredible shocker to her that Lao had to snap her out of her stupor. At least the massive koi pond filled with exotic fish got their attention, even a few frogs hopping onto lily pads and tadpoles. Life is finally returning, at last. From the shadows above, he noticed some colorful flags were being hung. But blah. Now couldn't believe how quickly he has recovered. Then again, he was gone and comatose for a whole trimester. He greeted each passing monk who were happy to see him. By the time he reached and showed Aiko the sacred armory, something tugged his mind. He almost forgot about his cheerful nephew. Uncle! Lao heard a shriek belonging to a little boy. Sure enough, it was Jin. His idol, of course. He embraced him. Kid was wearing a bright green... Gee. Actually, he kind of looks more like little Samson from his title game. Sudden affection was contagious that even made Aiko light up, even let out a slight giggle. She then knelt beside the guys. Aiko, meet my own nephew, Kung Jin. Nice to meet you. Hi. The pleasure's all mine. Jin, it would be nice to show Aiko around. I have some business I need to attend to with the other monks. Okay, sure, Uncle. He immediately tagged one of Aiko's hands. Come and see! I'll meet up with you two shortly, he called before the pair disappeared. I must head to the Temple of Light. We have important matters to settle. With a renewed resolve, he headed to the sacred holy grounds. With a renewed resolve, he headed to the sacred holy grounds. He then met up with the elder monks, including Liu Kang's frail grandfather. Are you still concerned of the eternal curse, Kung Lao? Yes, I am. But Liu Kang isn't with me at the moment. Over 3 months passed since the incident involving the dreadful truth, thus losing Lao from the parameters. Liu Kang had eventually returned to the Wuxi Academy after the celebration, which he noticed the usual monks with Kung Lao absent. He became aware of the champion's curse, but he wasn't alarmed as much. He had checked the training grounds in the perimeter, even as the Temple of Light. In the graveyard where he paid a brief respect to his kid brother, still no sign. His frail grandfather was relieved to see him, though he hadn't seen Lao in so long. And who was that girl with you? You mean Aiko. He explained he found her on the streets in the USA of all places, as well as Raiden's discovery and her hidden potential. Kung Lao, if Raiden's correct about her, then she must be looked after. If Shao Kahn really is still alive, she will need our support, more than ever. Her talents can be of some value to us. The power from the hearts is a rare ability indeed. The Thunder God was definitely serious on protecting her, but she needs some time to train. She can be one of our promising scholars. It intrigued Lao. She said she knew us when she was only 6 years old, but her younger self left us, yet somehow her older self went back in time. Regardless on where or when she came from, she must be kept safe. I'm depending on you if she should leave the academy grounds. This formed a knot in his throat of having to defend all of Earth, his nephew, Aiko, his allies, dealing with the eternal curse. As if he read his mind. Do not fret, Lao. I am certain Master Raiden shall solve this damnation once Shao Kahn is ridden for good. You must have faith, especially in him. He seemed very conflicted. He was starting to lose it, let alone his faith in him. Now he understood how Aiko was feeling before. Raiden was lucky he sent Liu and Kitana in Outworld, let alone Shao Kahn's keep. It was vacant. What a way to go! Shao Kahn will pay dearly for all those who'd suffer under his rule, even those who were working for him. No matter what side, Kitana always felt saddened by their sacrifices. This isn't something that Sherrod would want, nothing but ruthless bloodshed and sporadic chaos, suffering, and death. She also wished Jade was around. Struck a chord in the monk, now he and Kung Lao were misunderstood. She was serving the Conqueror, while she and Melina unleashed hell as the princess was caught in a holding spell. Kitana, I will put an end to Khan's destruction for good. I swear it. I know you will, Liu. Kung Lao has won the last tournament. Maybe again this'll be my turn. I have an empty feeling we might not win this time. Killing Khan won't bring the deceased back. He was beginning to accept the same. Asgarth is gone too. I hope he would find some fortitude. He still decided to stay in Outworld while the rest of us escaped. If only... Liu had almost forgotten about the late Sherrod's most high-ranked knight and rebel to the Khan Empire. Don't worry, he's an Edenian. You survived. I know he'd find a way to do the same. Despite his optimism, he hardly had anything to say, even when he was starting to have his doubts. Ooh, thank goodness I'm done. The usual music from that, blah blah. There's the songs. If you remember, the Gem of Tetsuri was introduced in Defenders of the Realm as a plot point, as well as Quan Chi's debut in the episode The Secret of Quan Chi. Only this time he has a more significant role. He was the culprit who resurrected both Shao Kahn and Shang Tsung after their fall by the monks. I assumed his talisman was the method, how he'd bring back the Outworld Emperor, as Shaolin monks cut away afterwards and didn't include the elements in MK3. It was said Shao Kahn was wearing the amulet first before his apparent death, so I thought it would shed some light on the matter. Also, just as a couple side notes, I'm not taking any notes nor inspiration from the reboot. It was just trash, as was the alternate timeline. NetherRealm made all this after Midway, but the dust just wasn't worth it since it was the catalyst of those lousy games. Second of all, I don't believe that always having fast-paced action isn't the way to attract your audience. PokeProf and Critiquing Minds said it best in his review of TMNT, that it's important to not always go so fast and intense with a constant noise and movement, otherwise it gets boring after a while. Matrix. We need the slow and soft times too, as a breather and process on what happens to the characters and the story. Needless to say, this multiple-parter prologue does follow up to MK3, the final installment of the classic trilogy. I never played Trilogy all that much. I missed out on a gold mine, apparently. So, this is the Ekron Writers signing out. Hopefully I'll do part 4 shortly. I'll see you guys then. Damn, that song is really intense. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, Kung Lao has just shown Aiko the round at the Wuxi Academy, after Raiden suggested to his combatants that they should take a breather for about a week, because there's hardly any activity in Outworld since the insurrection. And Katana and Liu Kang functioned as outcast or Outworld scouts, patrolling Khan's keep. They witnessed all the corpses lying around from the Tarkhan, Centaurs, Shokan, etc. So, they know it's not over yet. And meanwhile, at the desert in Egypt, in the Great Pyramid, Shao Kahn has performed a resurrecting ritual to bring Sinzel back to life with the aid of Quan Chi and Shang Tsung, as well as the Shadow Priests. And I believe that Quan Chi has used the amulets, the real amulets, to resurrect Shao Kahn, help him restore strength, that kind of thing, when Shaolin monks ended. So, it's not over yet. The invasion of Earthrealm is only the beginning. Alright. Chapter 4, Continuation 4, Invasion of Earthrealm. Inside a room filled with Chinese decor, Kung Jin and Aiko were at a light green table munching on some white rice in a small teal bowl, oriental vegetables, and a plate with some color, in conjunction with a few different kinds of sushi. I just love sushi, by the way. He invited him to the Academy's kitchen after he'd shown her everything it had to offer, excepting for one more chamber, which was said to be the most sacred of all. Aiko was amazed by that semi-tour. "Thanks so much for the food, Kung Jin, and for showing me around," she said as she was wiping herself with a soft napkin. It's made of magenta silk, because I'm sure the Oriental are like this. They don't use, like, paper and stuff. Jin's dexterity was very skilled in using his pair of the chopsticks, while Aiko was just using some wooden carved eatingware. "We have some of the best agriculturists and food handlers here," Jin spoke with high esteem. "We aren't just dedicated to fighting, you know." "Yeah, I see." She looked around, admired the foreign symbols, wallpaper, numerous pots. She thought they consisted of ashes of the monks' ancestors and deceased loved ones. She saw crafted animals representing each of the zodiac. "We have some of the best craftsmen, artisans, warriors, students, and teachers here. Everyone comes here and joins the White Lotus Society. That's where my uncle goes to." Queried who they were, Jin explained with enthusiasm it was a secret society originally established by Raiden. Ever since his ancestor, the Great Kung Lao, passed by the 16 hands, well, actually I should say 16 fingers, of the warmongering Prince Goro, the Sacred Club was created, hiring the best warriors in all of Earthrealm. Only they can learn about the other realms and understand the ways on defending them, though they must originally be from Earth. They can learn a variety of techniques, and commitments to the club wasn't always for life, meaning they can leave at any time, and their numbers were rumored to be minute. They don't always have to be monks, either. Every member must be identified with a white headband branded with a Buddhist symbol of an 8-petaled lotus. Their lives are secret, and members go through some very hard training. Follow his uncle and join it himself when he grew older. Sort of intimidated her. She never thought she could attain membership to such a strict and secretive cult. She sulked a little, thinking that her doubts on being equivalent to the U.S. military had been justified. A few moments later, they finished the scrumptious lunch. The Jin escorted her to the outer borders. "Come on! I have to show you this!" Jin was pulling Aiko by the hand as he led her to a subterranean staircase leading to a cavern through a sliding stone slab. Ripples were seen upon the opaque stone walls. He led her in a slow trot, knowing they still had a foot that weren't fully digested. The description was before I saw Mortal Kombat 11, so bear with me. To reach the Dragon Grotto, Aiko hid her bare arms. Mostly Aiko's had hit the bare arms. She almost instantly wrapped them around herself to keep warm as best she could. The breeze greeted the duo. Jin raised an arm and begged her to come further. Soon enough, they beheld an astonishing sight. There was light bubbling and sparkling in an alcove, but it was far away. Some guardrails greeted the duo, but Jin's body was blocking the open space. One hidden passage was guarded by a dungeon filled with traps just outside the entrance. "The Dragon Grotto's a cave where the Jinsei comes from." "The Jinsei? What's that? Why is this place so important?" "We must protect the breakable heart of Earth. It's used to give the world life. And those that enter it, Raiden rests here after every fight, as does some of our warriors saving our world." The monks of the White Lotus built an effigy of many dragons around the spring, some carved from light stone, Others were carved from gold. They also had the springs pouring from the mouths to honor the elder gods. Many students and residents of the academy above ground were the only ones that had permission. While they would regularly bring offerings of food, gold, and other items to the spring in reverence of both Earthrealm and the elder gods. The White Lotus must protect the spring as one of their most well-guarded secrets, so that no one of evil intent may harness the power of the Jinsei springs. My uncle and the Lotus Society must protect these beautiful springs. Otherwise, the bad guys from those other realms would take the healing water and destroy the world. This is the only way how our world gives life, as the water flows through it like pumping blood through a heart. She was intrigued of this awe-inspiring cove. Even the fact that Raiden visits there and that the gifted monks must rotate to guard the Jinsei. She was also fascinated it was used as their own natural and rapidly healing spot, contrary to those slow, expensive, and often ineffective and so-called advanced treatments. Aiko gazing around his amazing area, she'd much rather spend her time healing here than in a noisy, uncomfortable hospital. Interrupting Aiko's reverie, she noticed the sunlight behind them darken rapidly. Something's going on up there. Sonia and Jax both arrived at the Special Forces base and realized their commanding officer rejected them, not because they were always protecting Earthrealm, as they were their best agents, but because they were skeptics and magic users in other realms. They tried to convince their commanding officers they exist, and Earth was in constant peril, but they often said they have better things to do involving any drug or arms dealers, and sometimes warring with the ruthless citizens of Somalia. Feel they'd been honorably discharged, they set out to seek for Johnny Cage. Now, as you may not know, this story takes place in early 90s. The War of Somalia was starting. Jax remembered interrogating him after the forces spotted a distress signal. Turned out Sonya was escaping Shang Tsung's island after it began to self-destruct when Liu Kang knocked out the demon sorcerer without many souls in him in the first tournament. The demon was revived after Liu forced him into the circular pit. However, his revival cost him his age. I've been trying to tie in the movie with Shaolin monks, even though the Liu Kangs are pretty much different. I'll probably stick the one with Defenders of the Realm. The agent was also remembered seeing Kung Lao in Outworld before he and Liu faced off the youthful Shang, Kentaro, and Khan. He was relieved all three fighters had been spared. Cage was at an outdoor sound station shooting a commercial of sorts. He looked up and noticed the two agents. He saw Jax worrying there'd be another interrogation, but Sonya intervened and assured him he's on his side. They'd been relieved of duty since the CEOs never believed in interdimensional conflicts. Figures. They too were in waist-deep on stopping the war in Somalia, while also finding stragglers of the Black Dragon upon Kano's absence, believing to be dead. After Sonya was brutally incapacitated by Tarkhan, while she received a testimonial from Raiden after the first tournament, she and Kano were abducted and taken to Shao Kahn's arena in Outworld, forced to witness the three gruesome battles between the big bads and the Shaolin monks. She was incredibly in shock, so much so, numbing her physical wounds, though Kano refused to explain how he was able to survive after their brutal fight, when Sonya twisted Kano's neck by her legs. With them emerging victorious, Sonya and Jax hesitated to bring Kano to justice, but they decided to leave him for dead. They figured handing in their bounty wasn't satisfying enough, it would only cause flare-ups amongst the gangsters. Instead, they agreed they'd just leave him in another dangerous realm. As a result, their CEOs got into a scuffle with them. Cage explained he started a new gig, that he wasn't labeled as a fake anymore. He also wondered of Master Boyd's fate, as if he was murdered like Art Lee. Turned out Johnny was relieved too after his former manager let out a tirade while he insulted the fake actors, where he himself was labeled as such. Recently found a different gig with a more tolerable director, and he seemed less egotistical. Jax apologized for the former interrogation as he was deeply concerned of Sonya's whereabouts. So, does that mean you two would start dating? All the couple did was give some skeptical looks, nothing but deer in headlights. Jax had been a comfort companion to the edgy lieutenant, even thawing her icy heart. She still wondered why Raiden never summoned Cage, whether or not he was busy being a celebrity. She wondered if opening up to Cage was just a fluke. The actor's face began to squint, expecting an answer, mostly forcing Sonya to blurt out one. But that didn't happen. The sky turned opaque as it became bright red like fresh blood. The trio then witnessed a horrific sight as debris was being tossed by large beasts with elongated rat tails, Capricorn-shaped horns, and looked to be half man, half ungulate. People were screaming and ran for their lives, attempting to find cover, but most of the unfortunate bystanders were trapped and thrown asunder by those mighty beasts. One of the dastardly men who Johnny assumed was his new actor was thrown against a couple camera stands. Hey! What the fuck are you doing causing all this carnage? The centaur snorted, stumped one of his front hooves and faced his challenger. The great Emperor Shao Kahn shall finally make his place in Earthrealm. You better run, puny mortal. The Shao Kahn? Why now? Jax was just as flabbergasted since Kahn finally made his move after the failed insurrection. As we speak, your world is powerless as it shall merge with ours. Grovel before me, or meet your bloody death the way this poor fool did. You think we shall bow down to murdering monstrosities like you? I don't think so! This fueled Johnny with so much rage that he immediately stormed to the towering atrocity. Sonya implored to stop him, but Jax held her back. Started with a shadow kick. There's just no way this time he'd be able to punch the centaur in the groin, unlike Goro. Literally had the bottom torso of a horse. He had to rely on his strong kicks, at least high enough to reach the upper body. Each one did a bit of injury, but muscular horror grabbed and rose the hapless Johnny with ease and threw him asunder just a few yards away. The impact from the cold-hard ashen floor stunned him, and he wasn't ready for a powerful lunge after the beast leaped forward. He knocked Johnny down seamlessly, and all Sonya and Jax did was embrace the terror. The bionic man had enough and stormed into the fray. Jax! Unfortunately, the enemy used Johnny as a meat shield. Go! The actor pleaded as the centaur was holding him back. Head to the Wuxi Academy. I'm sorry, Sonya. He looked at her with droopy eyes, making the officer clam up. The demon simply snickered and switched hands. With his right hand, he managed to do the unthinkable, ripping Johnny's head off. There wasn't a single scream as he got decapitated. It wasn't long before the compound was ransacked by Khan's extermination squads as the massive bloody red and spiraling portal materialized in the sky, covering the peaceful, balmy skies almost instantly. Jin and Aiko beheld a horrifying nightmare. She figured it was a tornado, but there was no wind to compensate. Though the ground began to tremble and hooves were pounding the pavement, large centaurs invaded the place, knocking over numerous stone slabs and slaughtering the monks. Before they were able to make a move from their stunned stupor, Raiden emerged in a flash of light. You two must stay within the Jinsei caverns. It's too dangerous for you to fight them. I must evacuate the other monks. But Raiden, what about my uncle? Kung Lao's on his way, but we must escort our people to safety. Raiden began to weaken and collapsed to his knees. Managed to teleport to the Temple of Light and force the elder monks to evacuate. It was just enough time for the hapless monks to escape, while Lao and Raiden fought off some of the extermination squads. Lao was wary of the centaur's lunges, thus keeping his distance and always evading their charges, no different than trying to subdue a horse, he said. He intervened at times, but the Thunder God can only do so much, mostly in their weaker upper bodies. Electrocuting. Strength began to waver. Lord Raiden! Lao looked with disbelief. He had no choice but to use his rod as a melee weapon. Unfortunately, this left him vulnerable. Fortunately, it left them a minor electrocution when it made contact. Lao was more nimbler. He countered and moved before each swipe. Realizing the fleshy upper body was weaker, he took advantage. He was also able to pull off multiple airborne kicks, up to 7, before they prepared for another charge. His best maneuver was teleporting behind the backs and perform an air dive onto them. At times, they fire a laser, which hit the two warriors a few times, though only Raiden can deflect them with his rod. Raiden and Kung Lao were able to hold their own, even though the monk was doing most of the work. The weakened god fell to one knee. Raiden! Lao was alarmed of all his angst. He tried to help him up. All Raiden did was slope. Raiden, what's happening? My powers! They're becoming weaker. Earthrealm is in great danger. It's being merged with Outworld. Pointed to the air and following his finger, Lao spotted the portal. This can't be happening! It is, Kung Lao. Shao Kahn has regained his lost strength. If the merger's complete, I would... No! I won't let that happen! I defeated Khan before. I can do so again. He's stronger now. His extermination squads had already ruined Earth's own defenses. Wouldn't the Elder Gods stop him? They can't. Khan's power will be absolute. The time is now before the merger is done. Mortal Kombat continues again. What must we do? I will try and teleport you and Aiko to Nightwolf's secret land. I had already escorted a few fighters there, but my strength can't hold out for long. After a tearful reunion by Jin, Lao took Aiko by the hand and the trio vanished as they held on to him. Somewhere in a distant wood from the Wuxi Academy, Kuai Liang was still on the hunt for smoke. He noticed the deadly cybernetics. Sector and Cyrax in the distance were plotting something for their Grandmaster Oniro. By the time the merger started and the assassins looked up, noticed the intruder, the three had been separated. Kitana and Liu Kang were treading away from Khan's keep awaiting transport, but they tried and failed contacting him, or anyone, from the Risk Communicators Nightwolf programmed. Nothing but radio silence. Princess raised an arm and immediately halted the monk as she first noticed a battered combatant. Kano! I thought he was dead! How could he have escaped from Shao Kahn's arena? Before he started to lunge at him, all three fighters were paralyzed. They were being numb and grounded by intense gravity. In eastern coastal area, Raiden alerted Nightwolf and Kiba, then assisted on evacuating the Makoto. Or it should be Matoka. The shaman noticed his computer system detected there was a massive swirl filled with red and black spirals, before it automatically was shot in his wristband. As some realms were restricted or rather sealed off, Raiden noticed his powers and strength were being sapped. They still needed to await the arrival of Liu Kang, Kitana, Sub-Zero, Sonya, Jax, Johnny, and Stryker. Meanwhile, unlike the Special Forces, he wasn't relieved from duty, resumed his position as a riot control officer in New York. He was the closest to behold the emergence of a sinister castle. Massive fortress risen from a distant street and beneath a gigantic swirling portal. It had a pair of horns protruding from the upper corners. It was very well lit with spikes on top, and a few windows creating an illusion of a face. It was official. This was indeed Mortal Kombat. I forgot to mention that I kinda made up Kung Jin's design, based on Little Samson. Wonder if the Jinsei was inspired by Final Fantasy VII based on the life stream and its corruption in the planet. Like how the Shinra abuses its life force, there's the core and the Holy Lands, and how Sephiroth clones kept on corroding it even in having children. And there's songs for that. Just a future reference, I highly recommend checking out a video known as The Aesthetics of MK3, and also 616 Entertainment's retrospective. Boy, was it a goddamn doozy coming up with such scenarios for the combatants. We finally get to see the sacred Jinsei, which would be a greater significance later on. So no more delays. We're at the events of Mortal Kombat 3. And it's second to Shaolin monks. I like them both. They're my all-time favorites right there. So, I'm the Ecron Writer signing out. Ciao. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, Raiden has just escorted Kung Lao and Aiko to Nightwolf's East Coast sanctuary, aside from the mountain base. And Earthrealm, the piece of Earthrealm has literally been shattered as Shao Kahn invaded Earthrealm after resurrecting Queen Sindel, and the Wuxi Academy was under attack by the Centaurs, and Raiden and Kung Lao fought them off, only to have Raiden's powers be sapped because Earthrealm was in so much peril merging with Outworld, thus the portal. And Sonya, Johnny Cage, and Jax reunited in Los Angeles, but unfortunately, I used the canon death of Johnny Cage as he was murdered by Motaro, rather than Shao Kahn in Annihilation. And Liu Kang and Kitana were scouting Outworld until they got paralyzed by the time they spotted Kano. So, this is unmistakable. Mortal Kombat continues again. Alright, Mortal Kombat continues again. And this time, it's the invasion, the events of Mortal Kombat 3. Every battle should have their own separate chapter, like a mission per chapter in most games. And no, I'm not taking any inspiration from MK9. It sucks! I agree with you, Fourth Snake. I grew up with the classic trilogy in MK3, Defenders of the Realm, the first movie, and especially some battle songs I'll use are some of the highlights of 95 and 96. Side note, I much rather have the Kungs as uncle and nephew rather than cousins, as there's a huge age gap. Liu'd be around his 20s when MK2 came out, and Jid be the same age in his debut in MKX. For once, NetherRealm did a good retcon, as cousins would be too awkward for this sort of thing. Anyway, I'm so excited to finally get started on one of my favorite MK installments since early childhood. Raiden, Kung Lao, and Aiko arrived at the East Coast. The ocean was unusually calm compared to the sinister sky above. The latter two looked around the barren beach, and the monk grew skeptical. This is supposed to be Nightwolf's sacred land? There's hardly anything here. Waiting for a response, Kung Lao looked over and saw Raiden, who was out of it for a moment. He then held his head. Ugh. This is indeed the shaman's natural camp. I hadn't seen him occupy this place in over 3 months. I was once concerned if he has forgotten his Matokan ways, as he grew too dependent on technology. Which you would see from that episode in Defenders of the Realm, Familiar Red. Somehow that statement tugged another memory in Aiko. Where is he? The Thunder God pointed toward rows of wild beach grass. His reservation shall be amongst these grass stalks. This place was used as a burial ground. If I'm correct, Nightwolf must have protected it by utilizing his powerful energies from the invasion. This was the resting place for many of his tribe's ancestors, and I believe their essence can be of great use to us. I hope this would be enough to restore you temporarily. He nodded. Straight ahead shall be your destination. Before Kung Lao headed beside Aiko, Raiden stuck out an arm to halt him. What is it? Aiko is sensitive to Native American customs. She once grew up and succumbed to their ways, as if it was a self-trance, much as her first meditation session. The guardian of Earthrealm faced his partner. Kung Lao, you must be the anchor to her buoy and guard her heart and mind. She happens to be handicapped and fragile. The monk was surprised. She's handicapped? How can she fight or be of use to us? Only her heart shall remain useful in our endeavors. She always trusted Nightwolf most fondly while she was very young. His ways can be vital to our victory against Shao Kahn. Go now, hurry. Time is of the essence. Lao headed straight to the tall weeds following Aiko. Normally this is when Raiden would disappear in Shaolin monks. He led through the thick brush, even using his razor-rimmed tat at times to cut and remove some annoying stalks. Amongst the opaque woods they noticed a village consisting of several teepees, even a small bonfire. The flames made a dazzling display amongst the creepy, shadowy atmosphere. They figured there'd be an ambush made by Tarkhan's or Khan's generals, but everything seemed too quiet. Kung Lao! Aiko! Tenor greeted the duo with his pet wolf. Nightwolf! Kiba! She was thrilled to see them again, even alive and well. The reservation itself remained undisturbed. He grabbed her hand. We don't have much time. Raiden and I were waiting for the other warriors to show up, but we can't stall any longer. Come. He led the duo through with some irritated and curious stares amongst the tribe. From their eyes looking onto the white visitors, Aiko grew worried. Don't worry, they won't harm us. I hope not. I mean, out of all the things we'd done... She could hardly finish her sentence. Her mind was full with regret. Full. Having the natives suffering from famine, illness, and annihilation from foreigners by usurping their lands. I just wish there was a way to make amends. You can pay us back later, Aiko, but we must keep our heads on and save Earthrealm. I know how you must be feeling. Lao just sighed. I know how she feels as well. She constantly had these insecurities, Kung Lao. She always worries for nothing. Your kind's cool. He finally escorted the duo to his former quarters. There it is. This teepee probably hasn't been used in so long. I figured that if I became a historian and evolved like you guys, I'd be a more promising Matoka. Needless to say, they weren't so thrilled. I even went to higher learning and became some sort of computer scientist. No one thought I'd be qualified. I just aced through everything. So even you'd been an outcast. From the interior and exterior it looked like any other tent, excepting there was a portable generator located in a back corner, along with several small gizmos. As they smelt the incense, he explained he just used his unique skills to protect his land from utter destruction, similar to a sort of force field, despite having numerous animals scampering away. He had the weary trio settled, and Kiba just headed to a comfy cushion and laid into it. Why did Raiden want us here, Nightwolf? I had visions of Earth's demise, as well as the Thunder God losing his powers. I was expecting the rest of us to arrive, but there's no time. For what? You must awaken each of your inner animalistic spirits. Our what? You mean we get to transform into a certain animal? How? I call it animality. They exchanged quizzical looks. He then gathered more incense and added some to the flames. Each of you will have your animality awakened. However, the process can be rather difficult, like going through a dream state and battling your demons. So, this is like a fatality or a brutality utilizing the spirit of an animal? Precisely. I hope I get to either be a fox or an ankylosaurus. Well, we'll just see. I remember it was your favorite dinosaur. I was able to turn into a wolf while I saw Raiden turn into an electric eel, no problem. Or maybe you might turn into a rabbit since you were born in the year of one, Lao said. This caught the newbie off guard. Wait a minute! How did you know I was born in the year of the rabbit? Well, you were around 6 years old during the second tournament, right? Yeah? Do the math. She soon connected the dots and she was dumbfounded Kung Lao was able to figure out a personal detail. I always want to make Kung Lao like the logical one. Kinda like Spock. More logical than Liu Kang. After a while there was some silence aside from the crackling of the fresh logs, but the burning chemicals were making Kung Lao and Aiko feel lightheaded and sleepy. Somehow the shaman wasn't affected by it, but perhaps he was more resistant to the embers than the other two. Not even Kiba noticed, excepting when he let out a big yawn. They just became frozen, and all they did was fix their eyes on the lulling flames. They soon felt a little nauseated, and their bodies were becoming heavy, just barely keeping their eyes open. Eventually, Aiko was the first to lay her head down, especially considering she was the most susceptible. Soon enough, Kung Lao succumbed to the intense incense. He dropped his hat before he collapsed. Their bodies became numb and immobilized as sleep finally swept over them. Amongst the darkness, visions flashed before his eyes. They were blurry at first, but Kung Lao managed to see himself remaining young, while he watched each of his friends grow old and wither and be vulnerable to some violent shades. While they continued their slaughter, Raiden was helpless that even his electrokinesis was feeble. He tried using his hat, but it only went through. It only went through them as they were nothing but air. It was just enough to make a distraction as they gained onto the single monk. He wished Liu Kang was involved in this scrimmage. He fought off, but each one of his attacks had little to no impact. He was able to lend a hit, but nothing fazed him. Each one attempted to flee, but Lao kept on them like a predator, never wanting to lose sight of the victims. With every swipe, he grew more ravenous, desiring to tear them to the smoke slivers. By the time they each glided away from him, Lao gave chase from the Chinese forest. One time, he threw his hat only going through them. By the time it retracted, it caused him to stumble. He still went on the prowl, and while the shades gained speed, so did he. He continued to gain up as did the shadows. Then his body began to hunch over as if he was running on all fours. He still kept at him, and by the time he was at the same velocity, he leapt. Suddenly his head hit the ground floor. The impact and jolt caused Kung Lao to stir. Slowly he pressed himself up by his weak, sweaty palms, and noticed Nightwolf, who turned from looking over the flames. "Kung Lao! You've done it!" Did what? Catch up with those murdering shadows? What are you talking about? I saw you turn into a wild spotted cat, like a cheetah. You were thrashing your arms and softly roaring as if you were into some fresh meat. Kiba hates cats. He was just about to latch on to you. Lao shook away the daze. A cheetah? That must be my animality. What about Aiko? Shaman pointed to the comatose woman who was groaning in her sleep. She abruptly woke up at a dystopian world. The sky was barren and colorless. The surrounding buildings were destroyed. Her eyes then wandered onto a horde of undead looming towards her. Aiko began to recognize them as her former friends Kung Lao, Nightwolf, Liu Kang, Striker, and Katana. At first she became frozen with fear, but realizing she had no choice, her blood began to warm as they drew closer. By the time they were a foot away, she started to swipe a blunt object. She kept using that wide weapon, hoping to clip their lifeless vessels. Only, she began to notice she wasn't holding that brown club. It was attached to her, and she didn't stop. Regardless whether or not they were her zombified acquaintances, she only wanted to keep herself alive and never live in fear, like she did all before she was suddenly sent back in time when everything was repaired and livid. As she continued to swing her club, she even charged in head first, even pounding them with all her body weight. Kung Lao and Nightwolf watched Aiko pound the ground hard as she moaned under her breath. The former wanted to stop her, but the latter needed to hold him back till the episode was over. Eventually she came to, noticed her body was just hard pressed into the ground floor. She did have a bit of a headache to compensate. Aiko was startled when Kung Lao offered her to sit up, thinking he was still in his ashen, mindless state. Her heartbeat dropped when she realized he was still normal, with his vibrant, intact clothing the same with Nightwolf's. What happened? It seemed you achieved your animality as well, Aiko. What? You mean I should just call you Ike the Ankylosaur, ha ha ha. Her eyes became glazed. I turned into my favorite dinosaur? Woohoo! She stuck up her fists and triumph even made some stims as she shook her hands. You know, I do stimming a lot. I do stim a lot because, I'm autistic. and it's a common thing that they do to relieve stress or whatever, because, there's a lot of tension in your mind. Anyway, she stuck up her fists and Triumph even made some stims as she shook her hands. Kiba came over and gave her a few licks. I can finally turn into an ankylosaur whenever I want to! Hey, whoa! You can't just turn into an animal willingly. You need to be in a certain state of mind to do it. What do you mean? Your body and mind need to be in sync, hyper-focused in order to attain this ability. Mostly it happens spontaneously, or just occurs when the time is right. You'll find out eventually. So basically you won't turn into your spirit animal unless you have the proper mindset. Aiko was still confused, and he mentioned he turned into a cheetah temporarily. Aiko was surprised she would never thought those magnificent cats would be resided in Chinese borders. That was a very unusual animality for Kung Lao. But I guess since he's like a speedster or sweeper, I guess it makes sense, but it's rather unusual. They rose from their lotus positions, but the shaman hesitated as he looked to the Shaolin monk. You might need to change your attire to something more flimsy. Thus the change in outfit for MK3. He and Lao made a change of attire at a distant corner away from the flames, hardly being seen. She was surprised Lao had a cheetah of all things, as she doubted they were Chinese natives, and was glad Nightwolf had a wolf, which was the only animality that made sense. Though he figured merging with Kiba would be safer for him. Kung Lao's jaw was dropped. Wait! You can actually summon your wolf and merge with him? Don't ask. It's a little hard to explain. I guess Kiba's spiritual bond with mine is nearly the same, so that works. Besides, I can't perform my animality without him. Oh, I forgot to mention. He stated that Aiko gave him and Raiden permission on going inside her soul and reading her during each meditation session. Since the electric god mentioned Kung Lao being the anchor, she eventually trusted him too. Remember, the only thing that can make those sessions work is to have trust. It's a very powerful asset. From the last meditation session, Nightwolf noticed Aiko growing bitter as she grew older. Her younger self was more flamboyant and carefree, resilient. With her heart open, she'd be vulnerable, she feared. He assumed there was a web of factors in causing her to be closed-minded, as she can't pinpoint exactly what one cause was aside from her dystopian future, thus her spontaneity. He warned if it should open like a dam, she'd receive bitter memories. Thus there would be someone stronger than her and a trustworthy, reliable bond to help endure them. Kung Lao suddenly recalled Raiden's point of advice. On the subject, Nightwolf volunteered to aid the duo in defeating Shao Kahn, as Raiden has his limits once the merger began. He kind of had the worst. As they walked out, Nightwolf shouted, "Now, Kiba!" which made the wolf leap into his body while he glowed with a bright green aura, again from Defenders of the Realm. It caused the shaman to eliminate, you know the deal. Kung Lao emerged from his teepee after the clatter, wearing a completely different wardrobe, and thus the one from MK3. So, they had to change somehow. Let's go. I could sense immense evil energy coming from the north. We must proceed to it. Couldn't we just take the dragon jets? No. That would be unwise. Khan may be suspecting them. He'll most likely shoot them out of the sky. I mean, if our Air Force would get involved, it'll be hell to pay. Thank you, Mortal Kombat Reconciliation. Good point. It's best to infiltrate the enemy undetected. We'll just have to go on foot at the moment. Meanwhile, in a distant New York street, numerous cars have been decimated and abandoned. Some were unlucky to have gory denizens behind. Stryker wandered the sudden lightless outlets. Each display almost saddened the hero. Oh no! Not again! That's the 50th casualty found here! I'm not a huge fan of Stryker since the cartoon, but whatevs. Here are the communicators to report the damage. There was no signal, no response. Gizmos were useless. Damn! I can't get a signal out here. Looks like I'm on my own, as fate would have it. Then heard some scuffling. To him, they looked eerily familiar. Excepting the overhead lights, he saw nothing. Thought it was an illusion. So, oh boy, we got an old enemy. So we meet again, mate. He recognized the Australian accent. Kano! I should have known I'd found some vile like you. You accursed V-man left me in Outward, and I lost my main base of operations thanks to that masked traitor cabal. I figured what better piece to wreak havoc than those abandoned subway tunnels, since Shao Kahn is running business here. It'll be an excellent way to repay him in exchange for my soul. Without your associates, you're helpless, especially without that lethal ninja assassin of yours. No matter, I'll finish with you. Technically, that would be a fight between Stryker and Kano. Did an okay job, but it got too much. Ugh. I'm not too good with fight scenes, even though they're primarily because it's Mortal Kombat. So, we made it onto the tracks, and I had that transition from the subway tunnels to the street, because in MK3, you can transition through stages. I wish they brought them back. It was so good. Very interesting. Head of the Black Dragons was about to blah blah blah. He's a meat grinder, those lethal knives and spin kicks. And he always spams them in the original. Even after you trip, he does those lethal cannonballs with Raiden's dives. Even Stryker was just as flabbergasted. You! Sure enough, it was Cabal. And I felt sorry for the guy, you know? Way better than his revenant form. Cabal was also able to evade Kano's knife throws with minimal effort, though he had to be wary with his cannonball maneuvers. By the time Respiration Man kicked Kano in the chest, which wasn't fully healed, put him in a disadvantage. Cabal made an uppercut, sending him upward through the street. Now I did the transition. It was an ideal place for a battlefield, as there are hardly any obstacles obstructing the warring trio. So, did the eye laser. Red laser shot at a Cabal at Stryker, dove away from the lethal trail. They remembered it could be powerful enough to eat through their skin like acid, which is true. There was more room to roam. There weren't a lot of cars around. Unlike the reboot, contrary to that, the stage fatalities. And like cat and mouse, he whizzed into the fray with his outrageous speed. And he won over Kano. Finish him! Stryker cried. Cabal took off his respirator mask, and this is my favorite fatality. I wish they would bring this back. The decibel was so damn loud that it even made the Black Dragon skeleton run out of his body before it tripped and shattered onto the pavement. They just withered as Kano's green soul evaporated. That'll certainly take care of him, and hopefully the Red Dragons as well. Thanks, Cabal. Oh wait. That'll certainly take care of him, and hopefully the Black Dragons as well. Thanks, Cabal. I owe you one. especially since the people will be safer without him. But not as long as Shao Kahn's in the picture. They abruptly heard a booming voice in the air, which they assumed was emanating from the tower. You weak, pathetic fools! I challenge you all to my own mortal combat! Good luck on reaching me while your world suffers in its endless demise! I dare you, feebles! Come to where I am! Come, and show me your will! You will never win. Let's go. Khan is expecting us. Not quite yet. We'll never stand a chance with just the two of us. We must find our allies first. Cabal? Cabal? You're actually gonna come along? Thought you never wanted to emerge onto the surface 'cause of, the Black Dragons work for Khan for extra profits and bloody money. Besides, there's not very many bystanders around anyway to see my true face. And we would do Sonya a favor. If they even try, they'll just have their insides torn out and running. Laid a hand on his shoulder. Let's move. In the distance, Cabal heard some ruffles, and a couple figures started to emerge from the smoke. Originally, I was going to use the semi-interesting concepts of the Nejeri from the Power Rangers movie inspiration of Nostalgia Critic, but it turned out to be bland. Mortal Kombat never shown how each combatant was able to attain their own animalities. There was Annihilation, but I wished Nightwolf wasn't so much of a dick on teaching it to Liu Kang. Besides, he said there were 3 tests, but the last one was never explained. Lame. I just made some random ideas to tie 2 and 2 together, but I'm not sure how the other distant fighters should attain theirs. I was also surprised Kung Lao had an unusual pick since cheetahs aren't really from China, but I guess it symbolizes his agility and flexibility. After all, I heard his revenant form was very quick, so that's a thing. As a kid, I always fantasized in having my own animalities, specifically my favorite dinosaur, the Ankylosaurus. Either that or a fox. But it didn't have a lot of potential unless it'd be tails. Speaking of things that inspired me, one of my elementary school bands once did a number called Anasazi. This can be fitting, and there are songs for that. You can find it on my virtual soundtrack, and maybe I'll leave a link in the description. Believe it or not, I managed to find an unofficial soundtrack of Defenders of the Realm, where I found the verses, reptile and resurrection themes, and even had Cabal's as well. I was so disappointed it was near the abrupt end of the series, and Cabal was never seen again, along with Kano. So what better conclusion than that battle? Okay, I may have had a little inspiration from the remake, but they never used Cabal's classic scary face fatality. Also, whenever a new ally should... there's Chime. So with another Scrappy eliminated, I'll see you next chapter. Wow, that was short. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I hope I'll see you next chapter. Ciao, guys. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, Raiden has just took Kung Lao and Aiko to Nightwolf's hidden burial grounds, the Matoken burial grounds, and Nightwolf was able to teach Aiko and Kung Lao on releasing their own animalities. And Kung Lao was able to do his successfully when he transformed into a cheetah during his dream state, and Aiko was successful on doing hers as she turned into an ankylosaur, which is my favorite dinosaur, by the way. Since Nightwolf was successful in releasing their animalistic spirits, he was able to switch Kung Lao's outfit, which is what you would see in MK3. Meanwhile, Stryker dealt with Kano, and Cabal came to his rescue as the streets were ruined and decimated by Khan's extermination squads, because it was the closest thing to his tower. So, Stryker and Cabal were able to take out Kano, and so Shao Kahn boomed to challenge them in his own Mortal Kombat tournament, but they have to gather allies first. So, let's get this thing going, shall we? Alright, Continuation 6, Revenge of the Lin Kuei. This is one of the most dramatic chapters here. Somewhere in an opaque steep canyon consisting of this... I don't want to go into all the details. It's basically the setting for an episode in Defenders of the Realm, a fan's favorite. Sub-Zero's eyes opened. Recently, he was blinded by a sudden flash of light as he was heading toward the Lin Kuei ninja headquarters. 1 minute he was searching for his long-lost former friend Smoke. He was converted into a cyber assassin as part of their automated program. The next he saw and decided to hunt down the pair of cybers, one red and other yellow, known as Cyrex and Sector and Cyrex respectively. Then out of nowhere there was a large clap of thunder, and he noticed he teleported from the thick Chinese woods to the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. The crisp pine air greeted his face as he unshielded his eyes. Where am I? This isn't China at all. Looked around and noticed he was atop a massive mountain chain. Above the steep slopes leading to the plains, the tall evergreens, and just below the massive crimson portal swirling in the black sky. A portal? Could this be leading to Outworld? This must be Shao Kahn's doing. His fists clenched, as pale and as large as golf ball-sized hail. I've warned you earlier it was suicide to venture to the Lin Kuei base. It was Raiden, sure enough. Raiden! I was looking for Smoke. I feared the cybers might have... He is fine, Sub-Zero. I have teleported the both of you away from that accursed place of torture, although it did cause some of my own vitality. What? Your powers? They seemed okay here on Earth. Unless... They both gazed at the monstrous opening once more. Yes, it leads to Outworld. It and Earthrealm are merging into one as we speak. What? But how? I don't have time to explain, but the both of you must head to the Emperor's fortress. The world and the protection of all realms depend on it. As you must protect Smoke, as he is one of the chosen warriors. Besides, having a cyber joining our ranks can't turn the war into our favor. His apprentice made a slight bow. Of course I will. I'll defend my friend with all my life. I swear on it. Go quickly. He should be over a peak or two. If I'm correct, Oniro may be on his 6. Oniro? Just hearing the name of the corrupt Grandmaster made his blood boil. I shall be on my way. Hold on, Smoke! Utilizing his cryokinesis, making ice slates, he slid before the Thunder God vanished. Meanwhile, Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf abruptly looked up within their small camp. They were just about to train her heart powers more, but the young combatant was just as spooked. What was that? There's not going to be another thunderstorm, is there? I'm an astrophobic, by the way. No, if it was, there would have been some moisture, in conjunction with dry air combining with the ions. I hadn't felt my skin tingle yet. If it's not an impending storm, then it must be Raiden. If so, he is in desperate need, and perhaps found another ally. Relax time is over. We should start moving. The immense darkness shouldn't be too far now. The group set up. The flames died out. Whew! Did you feel something? The same sudden frigid air hit both Nightwolf and Aiko. She wrapped her arms around herself. Yeah, I guess the merger is causing some unpredictable weather. That triggered a memory, which Shang Tsung conjured an elemental orb manipulating all forms of nature and draining Raiden's powers in the process. The token rose a hand. No, it's not that. I see something in the distance, about 50 kilometers away. Something pale blue in those woods down there. The Rice tried to adjust through the darkness, saw a streak of what seemed to look like ice. Sub-Zero! Light and Aiko chorused, but Nightwolf then warned they must tread carefully as they're now on rough and dangerous mountainous terrain. They followed the trail toward those thin and bright slivers of ice. Sub-Zero continued to shred through, and there's the endurance, and the stubborn, sharp material barely made a prick. A volley of black feathers interfered his vision. He heard a familiar low screech emitting from that same predatory bird blending in with the sky. Only some of his white plating were still amongst the bleakness. Oh, Nero! Without hesitation, the Lin Kuei fugitive was on hot pursuit. Seeing him across the thick trail of smoke, and he knew precisely whom it belonged to. His old friend was about to meet his first and untimely death. It wasn't quite out of hatred and vengeance, but rather determination and a feeling he never thought he'd feel till now. Fear. His mind reflected on Katana's warning that self-doubt can be just as deadly as any external enemy. He even managed to hear the Overlord's voice coming through the air like a dagger as he peeked over some rocks in a flat plain below. Smoke! You vile traitor! You blatantly disobeyed me and the Lin Kuei by saving another double-crosser, and all you did was turn tail and run instead of reporting to base and completing your mission. Now, your tail shall permanently be between your legs. I will force you into resubmission and make you work as our own cyber once again. Pardon me if I'm doing the voices right. I try. He will never join you! Sub-Zero blasted a blizzard toward his arch-nemesis next to Scorpion. He was his utmost adversary. Can you blame this guy? Following the bone-chilling air, the trio wound up near sharp mountain slides. There's a clatter of punches, kicks, rustles, the usual. Nightwolf and Aiko recognized it was their icy ally fighting at the summit. By the time they reached a sharp peak overlooking the same flat area, Oniro seemed to have the upper hand, even shifting between different forms. Smoke just stood there, as if he was frozen in ice but rather having a freeze of a flight nor fight mechanism. Nearly wished he'd be his human self instead of dreading on returning to Lin Kuei and assimilated against his will, or worse, lose Sub-Zero forever at his mercy. Kung Lao was desperate to get involved, as he felt he owed him one since the ninja, while looking for his lost elder brother, helped Lao through the wastelands, just as reconstructing a wrecked boat, making a wall of frozen blood, and fending off the Tarkatans before the heroic Shaolin faced Goro. Which is in Shaolin, monks. I tried to connect 2 and 2 together. Aiko halted him. No, wait! I got an idea! Sub-Zero was fighting a losing battle, even resisting his ice beams, having blinding evasion, animalistic skills from his raven, panther, and draconian forms. Kung Lao tackled him as the latter with his cheetah animality. He seemed to have outmatched Onero's speed and agility. However, his fire breath, swift claws, and sharp tail provided him quite a challenge. They were equally fit in using their powerful swift claws till Lao leapt around Onero, conjuring a spinning vortex. The velocity was enough to hold them back until the warrior charged through, tossing Onero back and hitting the vortex, making him fall. Due to him being new to the ritual, Lao's animality didn't last long. The Shaolin senses sharpened as his eyes cleared, as if he woke up from a dream. Kung Lao looked at himself and saw he changed back, complete with flesh and his weak organic attire, though he still put up a fight, even with his razor-rimmed tat, which Onero caught with sharp precision and threw with ease. Lao leapt and stopped it with its recoil. He was still dazed as Onero knocked him a few feet toward the edge of the precipice. Lao was still stunned, and the Grandmaster just had enough strength to kick him off. From the distance, Aiko's voice just broke through the thick air like a blade. Kung Lao! There was nothing but silence excepting the Grandmaster's snicker and triumph. Unfortunately, his victory was short-lived as he had the wind knocked out of him by a sudden kick at the back of his neck. The cunning monk just teleported to the top of the cliff. Nero backed away, hunched over in deep pangs of pain. Moments later, he morphed into a raven, which his flight pattern was slightly awkward due to his injuries. Seeing the sight of the cowardly fowl, Lao growled through his teeth. "You're not getting away!" He spun so blindly fast that he created a vortex. The predator screeched as if it was being pulled by Lao's tornado. He flapped his wings faster and harder, desperately attempting to escape the violent singularity. Aiko saw the display too. Remembering her past experience and helplessly watching the fray between the warring Lin Kuei, 4 against 1, her eyes fixated onto him, reminiscing on his hawk transformation and surviving by fleeing, never seeing him for another day. She raised her right hand and clenched it with all her strength as if she was squeezing a tomato. In fact, the internal organ was being constricted, slowing down Onero's flight path and descending slightly. He felt as if the oxygen was being drained out of him. His once keen vision became dimmer, and it was just enough for the storm to catch up. The poor bastard was caught as if he were in a deadly net, but he wasn't tossed around haphazardly. Instead, the bird let out a last screech before the upper portion of his chest exploded in a red burst. Both Aiko and Lao watched the poor creature drop its lifeless carcass to only the elder gods knew where. Even Sub-Zero and Smoke. Looking at the sky, the monk thought out loud, "That wasn't me." He suddenly remembered an old acquaintance who needed the help. "Sub-Zero!" "Aiko!" Nightwolf came to her side. She began out of breath as if she went through a tumultuous workout. Her face looked flushed and her heart raced. "Was that you who killed that hawk?" She was actually dumbfounded. It was as if it was a training subject. "That was not just an ordinary bird. That was Onero." "Onero? You mean the Grandmaster of the Lin Kuei?" "Indeed. I just had the desire to kill him, and I was so blinded by this hatred. A lot of thoughts came back to me all at once. I remembered Onero fleeing after the lethal scrimmage with Sub-Zero and Smoke. I saw the tornado. Must have been from Kung Lao, and I just couldn't let him get away again." "Well, thanks a lot, defenders of the realm." "Sub-Zero!" The tenor interrupted him and Smoke, reuniting with a tight handshake. For once, the ice-cold ninja grinned at his lost brother. "Kung Lao, I owe you one." He tipped his head slightly. "No, now we're even. I should have given you the honor since you've escorted me through the wastelands of Outworld, till Liu Kang and I were able to face Goro." Hard to believe he had been resurrected before then. He laid out a hand. Smoke, may I introduce you to the Shaolin monk Kung Lao. Kung Lao, meet my comrade Smoke. He was as close as being my brother, much like you and Liu Kang, before we'd been separated by the corrupt Lin Kuei. He dropped his head. The lot of us had been automated into cyber assassins, and I escaped with my life. However, Smoke wasn't so lucky. But now with him free from their accursed shackles, he shall be an ally to us. Smoke said nothing. Lao remembered Raiden's words at the Wuxi Academy after the team succeeded in defeating Shang during the first tournament. No one is a champion alone. If one of us is in chains, none of us are free. If even one succeeds, then victory is ours. Best quote ever from Shaolin monks. Kung Lao! Glad you still remained in one piece. Even Smoke. It's great to see you again, Nightwolf. Without his ingenuity, I never would have been my whole self again, and forever enslaved in this shell. Smoke, you still decided to wear all that machinery before I found you? Had you not decided to rid of it? I think it might be best for him to wear it still. It seems more endurable, and I think his cyber skills can be of good use. She could have sworn she got glares. Or whatever he thinks. He looked at himself and remembered the beginning of the invasion, how the Lin Kuei were always loyal to the domineering Outworld Emperor. Actually, the young one has a point. If I remain in the flesh much like all of you, I'll be more susceptible to enemy onslaughts. However, if I remain as a cyber, it could just be as well. Smoke, Raiden said he separated us while I was lurking in the ninja compound. I assume you were there. And if so, where are Cyrex and Sector? He hesitated. We have not much time. I can't pronounce it, but it's technically Czech, 'cause Smoke's human self is actually Czech. I found that out in a fan fiction. Last time I saw them, they were heading to the metropolis, just above 337 miles east. That's New York City. I believe that's where the immense darkness Shao Kahn's fortress is. Then that's where we must be. The three of you should hold on to me. I shall take you all there in a matter of minutes, Kung Lao urged them. Technically, it's his teleport. God knows how far it can go, but that's just a guess. Back in the abandoned subway tunnels, Stryker and Cabal are still following the deserted subway system. The Black Dragon fugitive suggested the hot-headed cop to stay low. Khan's extermination squads would appear from out in the open, rather than just a desolate location. And with Kano out of the picture, the journey seemed to give Cabal comfort. How will we know where our friends are, Metal Face? Simply responded. I mostly notice an enemy, or just anyone by the sounds their feet make, whether it be a ruffle or a step, or accompanied by a grunt. Oftentimes I can distinct them by scent. The respirator mask can perform wonders. We may even be lucky if they should leave the calling card behind. He wished he had left his communicator activated, if only the combatants' cave hadn't been submerged during the merger. He tried once to contact his friends, but it gave out no signal. They heard strong clumps coming from a distance, like elephant hooves, accompanied by grinding noises as if their limbs moved. Ugh, please don't tell me it's some of your Black Dragon friends. No, they never sound like this. They seem metallic, unnatural, as if belonging to robots. Stryker almost instantly thought he was referring to the endless hordes of ruthless, colorless cybernetics. They always ambush the gang after emerging from a rip. We should go after them. I'll take the forefront. Arrogant as always, unable to obey Cabal's orders to halt and tread slowly. They emerged onto the barren streets again. Cyrex and Sector! I know these deadly killing machines from anywhere. Can never forget all these countless encounters. Thanks to Sub-Zero, whom lost to them before Striker cut his strings from the neon green net. They are those merciless bastards that work for the Lin Kuei, and one's heading to the bank. For once Cabal let Striker take the lead, he hollered for Cyrex to skid dead in his tracks. Instead of surrendering, he simply faced the duo and dropped a few steel bombs. Cabal, heads up! As the officer ducked for cover, the strangers just stood there as the bombs exploded, unscathed and unfazed. Smoke cleared, took out his gun, fired towards Cyrax. Bullets bounced off. Figures. Striker closed in for the kill. Unfortunately, he became bound by the same olive net. He was trapped, he was at the cyborg's mercy, he struggled, couldn't break free. And it was none other than Cabal, and he braced himself with his pair of long hook swords. Cabal crossed them as he challenged, "Prepare to meet your maker, cyborg!" Deadly assassin unloaded more bombs, seemingly activated and rolled a rotating ground blade which decimated them. And this is the bank stage, in case you can't tell, which transitions to the roof, and again, you can actually see Khan's fortress in both sides. Interesting, I gotta say. So, could have sworn Cyrax would have been opened and released his energy web. Thanks to his swords, he broke free. There's spot-on kicks and punches, yada yada yada. Their best chance was to lead Cyrax onto the roof. As if hearing his input, Cyrax unleashed another green web, sent his opponent flying through the stone wall with a single powerful uppercut. And we're on the roof stage. So, I took a lot of inspiration from MK3. Really good. Very underappreciated nowadays. It's not as good as the reboot. It's not as good as the reboot, I'm sorry to say. Can't believe it. The rumors are true. I hope not. The reboot's getting a remake. Ugh. Anyway, there's Cabal. I don't feel like reading all of this, but you can if you want. They received blow after blow till Cyrax's body began to emit the smoke in short circuits. And apparently Cyrax is losing. Controls his pistol drawn, he hardly noticed the mechanical roar as Cyrax fell to the unforgiving concrete below, just inches from the central window overlooking Khan's fortress. The thud startled the cop for once. Cabal landed on his feet several inches away, though there was still one other robot they needed to shut down. It was Sector. And as you know, Sector is a cold-blooded assassin, so he's a lot more tougher. Sector met up with the unfortunate humans. Cabal took over. Striker just sat this one out. Destruction was fatal. It was just enough noise. And needless to say, Cabal hardly had a chance. Aiko held her ears. Smoke stepped closer and used his infrared X-ray vision. Made out two humans, but he instantly knew the assailant. It's Sector! Sector! Sub-Zero was enraged. I should have known it would be him. Sector was born and enhanced as a cold-hearted assassin. He was the first just before Cyrax to be automated, without any relent. He never even questioned the conversion process. He functions as a deadly weapon of destruction. I must face him. No! Sector fights without any honor. He won't hesitate to take you down. As long as the Lin Kuei are out, and if the cyborgs are separated, there's a chance. Forgive me. Smoke went after Sector. I must go after him. He needs my help, or he'll perish. Go. We'll be right behind you. Alright, Impacts left by Sector were too much for Aiko and her sensitive ears. Can't stand the excruciating blast. Even worse is that it repeated double time as Smoke countered Sector's warheads. 'Cause, Smoke had the same moves as him, if not better. Even the aerial flip. So, they were evenly matched. He was shocked to see who's just as superior. This time it shifted to who was the better cyborg. So basically, they're at a standoff. And as you know, Smoke has similar moves to Sector, so if not a little different, a little better. Nightwolf asked Aiko, Aiko, can you use her cardiokinesis to weaken the cyborg? I'll try. Chaos was just too much to bear. Sorry for the interruption, guys. I ran out of time. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah, here we are. Like a persistent, slippery fish, she kept mishandling the target, or Aiko. Her hold just kept on missing. I don't think I can do it. I keep slipping and can't keep a firm grip. The attacks are too much. Her face flushed and her eyes squeezed shut to hold back perhaps a tear or two. Memories of her dystopian future rushed back to her as powerless as she was before. She then felt a firm hand on her shoulder. It was Kung Lao. Maybe your strength alone isn't enough. But with the strength from your friends. He then remembered Raiden stating that Aiko relied on Kung Lao Nightwolf as anchors to her buoy, her utmost trustworthy comrades. The shaman followed Kung Lao's lead. He then made a slight grin. Focus, Aiko. Let your heart guide you. You can do it. With the two guys giving her comfort and support, she retried as she gazed upon the two robots. Her right hand stuck out again, and this time she felt a stronger pull. Test your might. She then followed Sector's moves, never losing sight nor contact. Her arm began to warm as blood began to rush to her palm. Then it almost felt like a magnet as the field attached onto the deadly robot. I got him! Good! Now focus your energy and usurp the cyber terrorist's chest plate. Her hand curled and formed a slight fist. By the time she felt his energy go through her fingers, like a breeze, she immediately clenched. She grabbed as much strength as she could muster. Eventually, beads of sweat formed on her head. The process seemed to work as they saw Sector falter, giving Smoke an opening. Kung Lao noticed Aiko losing her grip as the heroic robot rushed in and landed rapid punches. Hold it, Aiko! He reached in and touched her tense fist, giving it a firm press. The touch of his hand seemed soothing to her. I'm trying the best I can, describing the cardiokinesis. Suddenly, the killer machine began to electrify in blue volts. Her hand immediately backed away as if she made contact with the voltage crawling up her right arm. Lao was there to tender it, as was Nightwolf. An icy chill filled the air, and sure enough, it was only Sub-Zero. He landed after he managed to free Sector. Smoke! Finish him before he self-destructs! He grabbed onto the frozen stature and were engulfed in a thick layer of smoke. In his mind, the Cryomancer was counting down until... An abrupt flash and enormous quake shook the city, even from where Stryker and Cabal were, as they emerged from beside the bank. Smoke! Silence covered over the streets, the warriors not saying a word, till smoke poofed in the air and landed with ease. His processing wasn't as quick as mine. Sub-Zero grinned and they both clutched hands. Well done, my brother. A brief falsetto voice cheered far away. What the? Who said that? Frantically, she looked around, her eyes fixated on a young male with short brown hair, a purple tee, and jeans. He disappeared behind a building just as fast as he peeked out. What the hell was that about? All Nightwolf did was shrug at Aiko's words of disbelief. Hey, what about us? Striker replied with a high wave. He and Cabal ran to the warriors. Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf caught up as well. Striker! Cabal! Striker! Cabal! We took care of that yellow bucket of bolts, Cyrax. But Sector was too much for Mr. Respirator here. The ninja saw the cop clutch his stomach as he spoke, and he laid a hand onto it using his ice abilities to numb the pain. That should hold you. Thanks. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The source of the immense darkness. Shao Kahn's fortress. He announced he was the first to face the terrifying stronghold. Everyone was all too familiar with the Conqueror, always being the narcissistic, nihilistic emperor, even constructing a stronghold as himself. Let's go. I'm definitely weary on waiting to finish their malicious monster for good. Sub-Zero was about to follow his lead when... Wait, what about Liu Kang and Katana? Sonya and Jax? Last report, Sonya and Jax were at the West Coast. They were unable to save Johnny Cage from Khan's extermination squads. Let's hope they'll still be willing to fight. This isn't the time for mourning. Cabal, remembering how the cold agent warmed up to him, especially involving his severe handicaps, Sonya. Yeah, especially with so many civilians on the line. We must go now. Striker didn't hesitate, always being the lawful good and one of the first witnesses upon the merger. The group had a surprise attack from above. A huge lightning bolt struck the team. Everyone looked up and noticed several shadow priests. Stay sharp! This is indeed Khan's territory! A few heroes struck aloft and caused the ghouls to disperse, but they weren't alone, considering they heard familiar roars. Tarkatans! I got the forces below! Nightwolf stayed by Aiko and encouraged her. Aiko, drain the enemy's lives if you can. She nodded and stuck out her right hand. She had little to no problem considering they were attacking in groups. The shaman dove as each adversary attempted to breach them. Tarkatan's strength wavered as their strength entered through her. As each of the heroes became low on stamina, she performed healing duties, giving them energy. However, her cardiokinesis went through the shadows. As if they were nothing but air. I'm unable to absorb the shadows! They were more tumultuous to wipe out, but they weren't as reckless as their ground forces. Instead, they kept their distance, even vanishing. Oh, you know how they are tricky in Shaolin monks. Actually, I think they are in all games. Kung Lao wailed. Ugh! He got hit by their bolts, aiming for the metallic rim on his hat, scorching his scalp. Cabal was just as vulnerable once they struck his steel armor, even through Striker's vest. Undoubtedly, the Shadow Priest seemed more strategic than many times before. Several teammates went down, and there was the one other metallic ally out in the open. Smoke! The perfect conduit was struck directly, and Sub-Zero wasn't able to warn him. Smoke! He ran into the fray as the bot tried to on contact. Or fried on contact. God damn it, not now. Damn messages. Alright. Hate when they do this. He had an automatic shutdown. The priests covered over him before they vanished, emitting black mist. No! Some of the warriors were stunned from the burns and noticed the shadow priests were no more, as well as missing a member. They eventually regrouped, even the horrified Aiko. Smoke is gone! He's been taken straight to Shao Kahn's lair! I have to save him! Needless to say, the Cryomancer was desperate to save his close friend, whom he lost twice. Only this time his death could be imminent at the cruel hands of the Emperor. As everyone knew, he hardly took prisoners. Well, aside from Kano and Sonya, but you get the idea. Aside from Sonya and Kano used as sacrifices and witnesses to the previous battle, he'd assassinate anyone who dared to oppose him. Sub-Zero! We'll save him. We cannot wait for the quartet. We need to press on. With a hand pile, Aiko was able to restore the team's vitality. There was no turning back from here on out. With no orders to follow and with his Grandmaster gone, Cyrex felt lost and confused. Like a Ronin without his leader, he just wandered aimlessly until he wound up stuck in the sand within a distant, foreign, and desolate desert. I'm sure you guys know the reference. Next to the secret of Quan Chi, I found Oniro in the episode of Old Friends Never Die to be the most impactful event in Defenders of the Realm. According to the Mortal Kombat Wiki, many fans considered it to be the best in the short-lived series. And I very much agree with that. Especially when Sub-Zero was fighting a losing battle against the Lin Kuei. I have to say this was definitely one of Luke Perry's finest moments. I hated how the enemy got away since the developers obviously went with a lousy never say die rule. Threshold can get away with so much more if only they use the gory discretion shot. I should thank the guy who wrote the awesome 3-parter fanfic, The Ghost in the Machine, providing excellent closure. I might leave a link in the description, but I don't know. Also, the cyborgs were one of my favorite highlights in MK3, from using a cheat code to unlock and play as Smoke, to just messing around with mustard and ketchup. Too bad Oniro was never made and as an official character. I thought it was an effective strategy to quote The Offspring involving the cyborgs. You gotta keep them separated. Sorry, as cool as Triborg is, it won't exist in the story since it was only present in the current timeline. I don't know if it was MK11 or not, but still. Whenever I should listen to there are the songs for that. So Aiko's powers were finally put into fruition as ways on giving and taking heart energy, as well as making her own fatality, stunning the threat, to making their hearts explode. Nice way to get rid of another Scrappy. I don't think there was a fighter capable of cardiokinesis. Except maybe, Scarlet, but I doubt it. Although I did make a heart demon once for my own version of Season 5 of Sleepy Hollow. There was a brief stunt based on Annihilation when Sub-Zero froze Smoke and urged Liu Kang to finish him. Too bad the camera direction was piss poor. Also, no media of Mortal Kombat would never be complete without mentioning Mr. Toasty, right? Nice, funny little Easter egg, and I threw in a few others just for lulz. I never knew about Dan Forden and his hilarious cameos till I watched the history of Mortal Kombat. I can't recommend it enough. So Shao Kahn's fight is coming to a head, but what about the remaining allies who had been diverse? Well, find out later. And sorry for the interruption from before, I ran out of time. So this is the Ekron Writer signing out. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, Sub-Zero and Smoke actually reunited with the team, with Kung Lao, Aiko, Nightwolf in the Appalachian Mountains, and Kung Lao and Aiko just got rid of another scrappy Oniro. I always hated that guy. And they soon reunited with Stryker and Cabal, and they were able to get rid of Kano, as well as Cyrax. But they weren't able to get rid of Sector, because Sector's like a cold-blooded cybernetic assassin. So obviously, if there was a tier list, I think Sector would be a lot stronger than Cyrax and Kano. So Cabal was little match for him, and Smoke intervened. And of course, there was a cameo by Mr. Toasty. And Aiko was able to perform her cardiokinesis well with a little support from Kung Lao and Nightwolf, who are my top two favorite combatants. Unfortunately, it was short-lived because they were ambushed by Tarkatans and Shadow Priests, who were more strategic than ever. They fried the team, including Smoke, and Smoke was taken prisoner to Khan's fortress. So I'm going to take a sidetrack real quick and focus on the other combatants for a while. Alright, Chapter 7, Fire vs. Water. Liu Kang wound up inside the abandoned bell tower. The moonlight became more prominent as a cloud cleared over it, making him come to, and he slowly surveyed his foreign surroundings. The wooden decor and framework made him realize he wasn't near the burnt remains in Outworld, and the sky looked different as the large full moon shone through a clear night sky of indigo. He noticed he was back in Earthrealm and Katana was nowhere to be found. Neither was Kano. He recalled when the two realms started to merge, both combatants had been paralyzed before they blacked out. He wandered the barren place and noticed most of the wood had been warped and damp as he held on for his groggy self. The bell tower has seen better days. Even the distant large main bell was unable to make a sound, its gears rustic. His hands were chapped, and he continued on his search. Every floor remained empty, no traces of life, until he heard some distant operational machinery, the cogs and gears grinding against each other. He followed the irritating noise, and a large wheel was gradually dropping, a strong rope. His eyes made out the chute descending into a shiny bed of sharp points, coming from the basement floor. The end was dropping. Katana! She remained still, never slithering at the sound of Liu Kang's angst. He hurriedly stepped toward the active contraption, till a floorboard from an upper layer collapsed, and a forceful jet of water soaked him. He shook it off and conjured some of his pyrokinesis to raise his body temperature and dry himself. He looked up and saw the large hole dripping like a leaking faucet, but he was unprepared of the sudden impact from behind. He slowly got back on his feet and identified the assailant. "Remember me, feeble earthling?" "Rain!" He simply sneered. He stated he was about to offer her as a sacrifice to Khan. Alright, this is contrary to, the role player I used to meet, the Prince of Edenia. He was more benevolent than this one right here. He'd eventually be a successor as Prince of Outworld, showing no nostalgia of his former homeland, Edenia. He didn't mind having Melina at his stead, even though she'd mostly stick with Baraka. 'Cause, they're Tarkans. Liu Kang's mind then flashed back on his treachery nearly 3 months ago. And this is the episode in Defenders of the Realm. I forgot what it was called, but still. That was how I first discovered Rain, along with Annihilation. He split with the rest of the Defenders as they trekked through the New Guinea jungles, attempting to find the source of the strange readings emitting there. The Shaolin monk was the first to encounter an unmasked ninja wearing purple attire, similar to Sub-Zero's. He made an airborne assault and he was known as the exiled Prince of Edenia, Rain. They were at odds during battle until Katana broke them off. She stated they were engaged at one point, eons before she met the champion. The monk tried to convince Katana he can't be trusted since he'd be an outlander working for the enemy. But she wouldn't turn her back on her former friend and simply mistook it as jealousy. False move, Kitana. The hydrokinetics mission was to take a powerful artifact at a distant temple before Kanda's, and they were separated while the Linkway cyborgs attacked. Lu and Stryker noticed one of the princess dropped fans pointing toward the ruins that were guarded by Khan's centaur warriors. They were able to outmaneuver them, and Lu found Kitana with her arms chained. He managed to save her after battling a multi-headed mutant, though he was intervened by Rain. Kitana demanded to know, but never risking being killed by the extermination squads, he conspired with the Emperor. Unfortunately, the temple collapsed and he leapt into a small pool nearby, which seemed to be a watery portal. Ugh! Again, the never say die rule. It's so annoying when they get away. Lu fought him off, but it was tough. One-sided battle considering his hydrokinesis cancelled his pyrokinesis directly. They were at a standoff even when it came down to quickness and strength. At a swift kick to the chest, Rain backed off but smiled. Not bad, paper champion, implying he would have taken Lu's title if he was involved in the previous tournaments. Then raised his hand and made a stray bolt from the leaky roof stun the monk. Everywhere he went, Rain summoned lightning through the ruined roofs to stun Lu on contact. And his bare chest made it even more unbearable with no armor. Vulnerable to the streaks of lightning, the warped wood, and Rain's advances, they were nearly too much for the hero. And with each second passing, Kitana was still inert, dropping lower to the pit of spikes. Lu was still injured from the constant arrays of electricity. As his foggy gaze laid on the contraption, his mind hatched a plan. At every dry landing, which was soon warped by Rain's elemental prowess, Lu kept hopping away to the nearest cog. The Shaolin leapt out just in time after Rain conjured several streaks of bolts, short-circuiting the machinery. With every puddle he left, the sparks licked toward Rain, and he was shocked. Since the monk was able to dry himself from within, the sparks only caught on with Rain's own water vapor. This should be a good battle strategy. Water conducts electricity, and Lu is able to dry himself. I say that's a really good strategy during dealing with Rain. He then destroyed the contraption, stopping it in time. However, Kitana's body was still suspended over the floor, protruding 6-foot spikes. One false move can leave her dead instantly. He hustled to the basement, and the rows of spikes nearly covered the entire floor. I sure hope this works. Uncertain of himself, Lu backed up toward the rear wall. He revved himself up, ran a few inches, and thrusted his feet up and forward. His flying kick was just enough distance to carry himself and Kitana over the wide bed. There was a sudden violent shake, and Rain fell down several stories to spikes, making his blood spew in all directions. The impact in conjunction with the weakened soaked wood made the tower's foundation collapse. They ran around the spikes. Lu had to urge a despondent princess after she beheld Rain's slaughtered corpse. The building continued to fall like a Jenga tower, and in one of the balconies the heroes were stunned at how high they were from the ground. We gotta jump! Liu Kang held Kitana and stood on the handle before they made the leap of faith. They dropped a few feet down before they'd been swished away by some unknown force. Liu was stunned, but his mind surfaced and he noticed he was sitting on a blunt surface, though still moving, as if on a magic carpet. His eyes scanned and noticed he was on the maroon surface of a dragon jet. Piloted the ship were Jax! Sonya! Hey, big guy. Thought you could use a lift. See, I told you it pays to be part of the Special Forces. Lu stuck up a thumb with a smile. Thanks, guys. I owe you one. Where's Kitana? Jax simply pointed to a dark figure soaring ahead of the jet. It almost looked to be a shape of a hawk. Is that Asgarth? He saw the humanoid eagle glide down, and Jax soon followed. Hang on, Liu Kang. We gotta regroup. The monk held firmly onto the fuselage as the jet descended. as did the mysterious Edenian beside it with katana touching ground first. Thanks, Asgarth. Of course, Princess Katana, he responded with a bow. It is my honor and duty to protect you, and offer you guidance as I did with the late benevolent king. You'll always have my utmost gratitude. The trio leapt off the aircraft and met up with the Edenian duo. Katana, you alright? Oh, Katana, you're alright. Yeah, thanks to that giant bird here. Come, we have much business to discuss. Yes, we do. A small bonfire ignited thanks to Lu's elemental skills, as well as finding some dead wood. The group settled, and Asgard stated that he followed the dragon jet to the abandoned bell tower, seeing the two warriors jump off. He managed to catch Katana while Liu Kang landed on the battleship's fuselage. Asgarth from the cancellation of Mortal Kombat, Defenders of the Realm. I find him to be the most underrated character in the series next to Kung Lao. Actually, he found a powerless thunder god slipping after he wandered while teleporting each combatant. He came to his aid as he hopes in finding Katana since he sensed the darkness sweeping into Earthrealm. He knew this was Khan's desperate attempt to gain absolute power and conquer over another realm like he did with his former peaceful home. He implored the knight to transport his sanctuary. The Sky Temple, and the Jinsei is there. You know that place? What the hell is the Jinsei? Us Shaolin monks protect a small portion of it beneath the academy. The Jinsei is the life force in all of Earthrealm. Raiden occasionally visits there to recuperate while we tend our wounds at the subterranean chamber. He, however, resides at one of the tallest mountains. It's a very sacred protective settlement. At the heart of the temple lies the Jinsei itself. No one mortal or foreign is permitted there. The Thunder God escorted me to that with his consent, and I assisted him on leading to it. I'd been assigned as its other guardian, but he offered me to find you first. Let's hope Khan wouldn't attain Earth's life. Otherwise, he may be invincible. Where's Johnny Cage? Were you able to find him? The agent sulked. He didn't make it. Sonya and I found him in Los Angeles, but his outdoor set was ransacked by centaurs. One of them was more powerful and larger than the others, and Johnny pleaded us to escape with our lives. He went by the name of Motaro. Motaro! Katana couldn't bear to say his name. He's the elitist of the Centaur clan, and one of Khan's most prominent generals, if not the most deadliest. It is said that Khan anointed the Centaurs, since they're more superior to the Shokan, their opposing race. You mean Goro and Katana? Precisely. You mean Goro and Kintaro? Precisely, Lou. You remember, they've led Khan's forces during the rebellion against Shiva and her army. Rumor has it she may be working for Khan despite the Centaur breaking ranks, as a sort of peace offer to spare her kind. But, being how they lost the previous tournaments... He must have been desperate, losing the 2 tournaments by me and Kung Lao. Desperate times call for desperate measures. But what Wait, where is it? But what I don't understand is, how would he still be able to invade Earth since the Elder God stated he was supposed to be banned by his numerous losses? There must be a loophole to this. But what? I'm certain Raiden has the answers. The Elder Gods must never allow this calamity. That is, unless Khan completes his merger. I'd stopped Khan before, and I can do so again. You are Earthrealm's undefeated champion, as is Kung Lao, but this isn't the same Khan. Khan can be more powerful than we realize. Our only hope is seeking assistance from as many surviving warriors as possible. Millions of lives had already fallen by his invading generals, but Raiden, as minute as his powers are, had spared a handful of them. Sonya wished it would have been Johnny's. Jax assured her they'll find a way to resurrect him or at least reunite his body and soul, but she must stay focused on the task at hand. Can you blame her? There was a band of warriors bounding together, but it's straight across the defective bridge heading east. It does exceed for about 100 miles, but it should lead you straight to Shao Kahn's emerged fortress. Thanks, Asgarth. It must be Kung Lao and our other comrades. Let us hope we all succeed. I suggest you all to take a good night's rest before you shall proceed. Raiden and I will watch over you. May victory be ours. Soon enough he wandered off before he glided into the night air. Aside from the cartoon itself, I find Asgard to be one of the most underrated characters in it, even in Mortal Kombat in general. Actually, I kept on mispronouncing it as Asgard, as you'd seen earlier, the heavenly realm housing brave warriors and Vikings in Norse mythology. And to make matters worse, he was only introduced in its last episode! What the fuck? Also, I'm so glad I got rid of another scrappy Rain. I know that he was made as a prank by Ed Boon in Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3's Attract mode, but for the sake of adding more color-coded ninjas, and as a shout-out to one of his favorite musicians since his name is Rain, is a purple ninja and the so-called Prince of Edenia. I thought the rematch with Liu at the Bell Tower was fitting. Nice little shout-out to one of my all-time favorite villains, Motaro, too. God, I can't wait to ride him in battle. And, like I said, I encountered a role player on Twitter. Man, we had a fallout, but with several others, but still, I wish he never left. Due to writer's block, I kept the impending bridge scene out. I included it in the next chapter. Hopefully I'll be able to do it. Sorry if this chapter is short. I just want to get it out of the way, so hopefully my stubborn mind would fill in the gaps. It was hard, let me tell you. It was a hard-ass epic. Until then, this is the Ecron Writers signing out, and stay tuned for the next chapter. I'll see you then. Man, That is an emotional song right there. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, our team just got ambushed by the Shadow Priests and they took Smoke prisoner to Khan's fortress. Well, Liu Kang just came around at the bell tower and reunited with Rain and had a lethal fight with him. Fortunately, he was strategic enough to use Rain's elemental abilities against him and save Kitana. Unfortunately, due to the damage, the bell tower was collapsing, but luckily, Jack, Sonya, and Asgarth came to their aid. And so Asgarth warned that, with Earthrealm merging with Outworld, there's not much time left. And with the merger complete, Khan would have absolute power, almost be invincible, while Raiden is forever powerless, and there's no hope for both realms. And Kitana mentioned Motaro as Khan's elitist generals of the extermination squads. So, I'm gonna switch gears to the main team now. Alright, hold on one sec. I kinda got caught off guard, so bear with me. Here we are. Last respite. The quartet headed across the bridge. Dawn began to show its goldenrod sky while the sun rose and shed its light on the abandoned buildings. They were war-torn. Some of the windows were shattered, but, it's technically Chicago, I think. Jackson broke the silence. I can give 9 lives for this salvage mission, and it still won't be enough. Just be grateful we're still alive, Jax. Unlike before, he's decided to gear up as he wore a red and black armored vest to protect his chest, as well as the pair of sacred gauntlets, which were said to be passed down by the great Kung Lao. Much like his sweatband, he dearly needed all the enhancements from those unfortunate, shocking experiences after he fought off Rain. Yeah. Just the thought of living through death irritated Sonya. She wished she wouldn't have lost Johnny. The team abruptly stopped while Kitana pointed up to the massive swirling portal. From a great distance there were some black sinister clouds above it, large lit fortress, with the tip of Khan's crown. That must be the new Dark Fortress. Khan is just ahead. Her face turned stern as her hand clenched into a fist as tight as an octopus's grip. I swear it. I'll put an end to the evil conqueror's reign. Liu went to her side and laid an assuring hand. I don't know why we can't use the dragon jet. That bird said it's around 100 miles away. There's the possibility we get shot down, Sonya. Khan may be megalomaniacal, but not stupid. I don't think even our own army nor our air force would handle it. We can't count on that, nor risk on creating any more casualties. Let's get going. As the group trekked on, they heard a sudden, though subtle hissing noise. They knew it didn't belong to any kind of snake or reptile, at least not from Earth. Their guards skyrocketed, and a few could have sworn their hair stood up from their necks. A ball mutant snarled as he used his retractable arm blades. We got Baraka. 4 against 1? Bring it on! They were abruptly hit from above, also causing the same force as an airborne kick with the power of a squall. By the time they all came to, Kitana was outraged. It's my clone, Melina! She warned the agents, though Liu knew her all too well. He was surprised they hadn't encountered her during the previous trimester, even though she escaped while Jade was flued on top of the tower. Dear sister, remember me? How can I possibly forget an abomination like you, created by the demon sorcerer from the despicable flesh pits? You pathetic fleshlings never had enough skill to slay me like you all did with Jade. You shall be joining her quite shortly. My father and mother would be pleased. That put the Edenian in shock. What? My mother? She's alive? Depends on what you mean by alive. She can just as much as a mutated corpse like Melina is. Hey, lay off Katana. You're no different. We'll see to it that Khan is destroyed. Baraka advanced with his fatal blades. This is the Conqueror's Highway. I am making a final warning for you to make way. Even if you won't survive here, I'm certain you'll see our proud parents again. Luke, Katana, watch your six! The agents witnessed some more Tarkatans march up the rear. While they got their hands full, Katana took on Melina while Lu faced Baraka. It was a 2-on-2 battle, and Baraka remembered the monk, along with Kung Lao. They were the ones responsible for killing him and destroying the soul tombs. Literatori and his clan were the culprits in slaughtering many innocent monks, even using them as fiery weapons, or when they invaded the Wuxi Academy soon after the victory in Shang Tsung's island. And he's contrary to another RPer I used to know, Baraka. We were such good friends until the damn fallout. The gauntlets and armor in his possession, Lu became more resistant. Like I said, I'm not very good at combat. Baraka's bloodthirst and deadly advances didn't provide a lot of width. His own pyrokinesis was barely a standoff, if not repelled some of them with his crossed swords. Baraka even resisted his flying kick with his crossed swords and left the monk defenseless after the recoil. With those flaws, Luke decided to up the ante by increasing his temperature, making his pyrokinesis more powerful. This seemed to have worked, as he watched oil dripping, which had turned out to be Baraka's arm blades. With no defense, Baraka became more aggressive. They both kept lunging at each other, though Lu's armor nearly cushioned every blow. Despite having the two blades, he still used them, trying to cut his enemy down to size, even pinning him to the pavement, hoping his fangs shall tear his opponent. Lu's legs were flexible. Thankfully, the Tarkatan had no armor. There was little endurance on his vulnerable chest. Lu made the legendary bicycle kick, which forced Baraka onto a metallic guardrail. With an empowered flying kick, the monk sent his assailant over. Baraka screeched as he plummeted to the murky water 50 feet below. This would have been like the cry of Jasper Bastard Jr. Katana had her fans full with the menacing doppelganger, half Tarkatan, half Edenian. And so, blah blah, I don't want to read this. The fans weren't resistant as Melina curled her body rapidly and hurled those deathly rolls forward, similar to a certain cartoonish hedgehog. I'm sure you know the reference. Katana! Aim for her! Her voice became muffled as she, Jax, and Lu were bombarded by the Tarkatans. She then had an epiphany after several blows. If that monstrosity is truly my double, she managed to send sonic waves from her rapidly spinning fans, causing Melina to falter. She advanced and began to tear her long bare legs. So, it was the same genes that made her oh so raw, malicious, and having an insatiable appetite for blood, meat, and destruction. Katana almost wished that if Melina was truly her sister, she'd have a benevolent soul like hers and her deceased parents. Sindel momentarily entered her mind, putting the air out in the open. Melina resumed her slow torture. Sonya noticed the commotion behind her, and as soon as there was an opening, she fired toward the corrosive clone with her pink energy waves, which actually reduced her disgusting corpse into a crumbling pile of ashes. Thanks, Sonya. Honor should not always be owed, but I feel I shall give it back my utmost gratitude. No need, Katana. We're both on the same team here. That should hold them. Jax rose from a dead Tarkatan and winced as his tiresome arms were getting strained. They saw an extermination squad of even more power-hungry Tarkans and Centaurs. Jax declared there were too many, so he ordered his comrades to go to the other side, then used his brute strength, and after raising them and conjuring as much might as he could, he did just that and made the so-called durable bridge foundation collapse and kill off the advancing army. They then saw and felt lightning rip across the sky where the red and black clouds hung over. That's definitely Shao Kahn's lair. Let's move! Sub-Zero became more desperate on rescuing Smoke as he was pacing around while the Allies were stationed smack dab in the subway tunnels. I cannot lose him a third time! Sub-Zero became more desperate on rescuing Smoke as he was pacing around while the Allies were stationed smack dab in the subway tunnels. I cannot lose him a third time! Never again! Shao Kahn takes no prisoners. He's out there, and I need to go find him. Sub-Zero! Stryker laid a strong grip. We'll find him. Shao Kahn has taken prisoners before, with Sonya and Kano during the second tournament, so I've heard. The secondary squad decided to hide beneath the desolate streets. Cabal suggested to get some R&R within the abandoned tunnels, the same cover he and Stryker used. As the team settled with a hideout under Cabal's discretion, some of the members became restless while others were fatigued. A few of the combatants wide awake happened to be Kung Lao, Aiko, and Nightwolf, whom the latter was lighting a dried-up oil drum. Through the darkness, as the orange glow illuminated her face, Kung Lao then saw her sulking, hardly saying a word. He walked up to her and sat down. He noticed she looked vacant, distant. Aiko? Are you all right? No, Kung Lao. I'm still thinking of the future. Yours? My past hadn't changed at all during the Earthrealm invasion. Almost as if it was just a temporary gruesome storm. I know we can win this, but... Kung Lao, you and many others, I'd lost so much since I was too young to try anything. I was only a kid, and there was nothing I could have done. My dormant powers haven't been awakened, and you and the majority of us had transformed into mindless revenants. Only Raiden, your nephew, Sonya, Johnny, and I survived the ordeal. Sub-Zero's role was reversed with Smoke's as he remained human. The rest didn't make it. Just the 5 of us survived? That's all? She was too depressed. Lau pressed on. Aiko, you must tell me. What has happened to us? How did we all turn ourselves into the undead serving evil? This is insane! Starting to doubt Aiko's past involving her dystopian future, he queried how it all started, why and how so many warriors had fallen and became nothing but undead slaves. Aiko then figured she needed to perform a ritual of sorts to make Lao see everything that had transpired. She had a feeling it wasn't entirely Khan's doing. Aiko, it can be done, thanks to your cardiokinesis, and others can see what you saw, using your heart as a sort of conduit. But you're playing a very dangerous game. What you've been through was indeed traumatic, remembered Raiden, saying he and Lao were only her anchors, both acting as guards for a fragile mind and heart working in sync. Aiko then retorted, blaming Raiden for everything, though Lao doubted it. He may have made some questionable mistakes during the second tournament and the journey into Outworld. To be fair, he was only disguised as Shang Tsung underneath the monks' noses, though the pacifist could never turn his back on his lifelong mentor. He has been almost like a father to us Shaolin monks, even creating the White Lotus Society, and even to my lost ancestor too. That didn't assure her. She hung her head, feeling as low as a snake's body. He then offered to see her mind on what she saw and felt. Nightwolf had seen some unfortunate shamans go through it. He warns this could be a one-way trip, as if his partners experience the same apocalypse, he won't be the same. Do you have courage enough to endure this task? You wish to proceed? Kung Lao looked at Aiko, then he nodded. Shaman instructed her on using her cardiokinesis onto him, while still holding onto thoughts from her bleak future. With a shaky hand as weak as gripping a fish, she reached and touched Lao's warm heart. With a shaky hand as weak as gripping a fish, she reached and touched Lao's warm heart, and he did the same to hers in an earnest clutch, causing a jolt of energy run up their arms. Both participants began to slowly close their eyes as they gazed at each other, then slumped as they drifted 16 years later. Which is actually the aftermath of MK9 and 10. Visions of the downfall for many combatants flashed through their minds. Lao saw himself with Liu Kang as they traversed through Outworld, with the latter wearing his body armor and gauntlets, passed down by their ancestor. I worded it wrong. By the time they finally reached Khan's arena, things were different. He then had fragments in fighting Shang Tsung, Kintaro, and some pale and bold sorcerer, winning over 3 evildoers on his own. Liu Kang was able to save Kitana from the Emperor's imprisonment. However, I should play a clip of this. You hear that, Raiden? Earthrealm is free! That was when the nightmares began. He and Aiko saw Lao's younger self have his neck twisted from behind by Shao Kahn. Kung Lao! No! Raiden was unable to stop Liu Kang as the monk advanced toward the Emperor, at a darker, higher place, having the god's lightning scorch through his soul as he was building up his pyrokinesis. After he collapsed in his destroyed heap, he weakly muttered that Raiden had killed them all, and the sober observers witnessed Sindel screech and stun. Screech and stun nearly all the heroes. Nightwolf literally exploded while he caught the corrupt queen after all the warriors, but Raiden, Johnny, and Sonya were assassinated almost seamlessly. They then saw the same creepy Blanche Conjurer again, leading an army of mindless, rotted thugs, consisting of the doomed warriors, including Kitana, Liu Kang, Nightwolf, Striker, Cabal, Kung Lao, and several others as they destroyed the world with an ultra-powerful elder god in bright robes. While Kuai Liang was at the cyber's mercy as Smoke, still remaining as human, escaped. Wow, the roles were reversed. Then Lao had horrific visions of himself dying in various terrifying ways, whether it be the Conqueror throwing his own hat to his chest, causing it to bleed profusely at his arena, tossing him and his hat off a boat and letting him drown in a sea of blood, or having his soul abruptly stolen while being strangled by Shang Tsung. As Raiden scorched the fallen soldiers, Lao then heard an intimidating voice, in which he assumed it belonged to Khan, who survived all this time. I should play a sound effect of that or whatevs. Kung Lao and Aiko both startled and immediately broke off their hold. Both heroes were exasperated, and she barely had enough emotional stamina to apologize. All the pseudo-cowboy did was just watch her getting more distraught. She gradually broke into tears, saying she couldn't go through with Khan's invasion. She even stated that it wouldn't make a single iota of a difference if they would. That it won't guarantee a single victory as Earthrealm will still be in peril, no matter who it was or how many times they'd save it. Lao was beginning to feel the same angst as her, as if his own anxieties weren't bad enough on enduring the ageless curse, in which he was never informed of, and having the burdens on carrying his ancestors' legacy and being overmatched. Can you blame this guy? After seeing some powerful sorcerers he'd never encountered before, he seemed dumbfounded, such as the mysterious pale and bald monster, or the tall, intimidating wizard with blanched blue skin and long, colorful robes as they each entered his mind. Aiko, you must focus on what is happening. Here and now. Don't let your destroyed time cloud you and Kung Lao's judgment. Not yet. I can't, Nightwolf. I just can't. This made her shed a few tears. She really wanted to go with Kung Lao and become a member of the White Lotus Society, and rebuild a brighter future once they should win over the invasion. But all she saw and felt was everlasting darkness and destruction. Lao continued to watch her, then he just slowly held her. Aiko, he whispered into her ear, and somehow it gave her some comfort, both his voice and touch. She hadn't been held by someone in eons, even during the end of the 90s when she lost her mom by a brutal thief. Their hearts began to beat as one. Slowly, with their hearts mingling, Aiko and Kung Lao moved in unison, whether it be caressing, holding each other, or even giving each other a warm kiss and embrace. As they touched, their hearts melted. They figured they were beginning to melt. It was almost like they entered a sort of hypnosis like they would during meditation, or maybe as if they just became intimate in a spiritual sense. They each felt as if a great weight has been evaporated off their shoulders. For once, they began to feel what it was like to be loved and morally supported by someone. As they felt their strength leaving their vessels, they eventually slept in each other's arms. I love that scene, by the way. Kung Lao definitely deserves to be loved. I mean, canonically. Hours later, the combatants arose one by one, and Aiko and Kung Lao were the last to awaken. Nightwolf even made a comment that after their hearts melded, they slept like the dead. Hold up, we got company, 10 o'clock. Striker immediately took out his baton facing the scuffling of feet. Everyone was alarmed they were found by one of Khan's extermination squads, whether it be their hearts pounding or a breath caught in his or her own throat. Each hero became battle-ready, while Aiko just stood behind the protective monk. Their eyes adjusted amongst the dark corner, seeing a small ball of flame. No need to be on high alert, Liu Kang said and blew out the ember as soon as he breached into the light. It's just us. Everyone was glad to see Liu Kang, Katana, Sonya, and Jax, especially Kung Lao, who smiled warmly and bowed low to his Shaolin partner. For once, the strict officer grinned. Well, looks like we're finally getting our team back together. The defenders of Earth were finally complete, excepting Cage's untimely absence. Most of the warriors sobered, as the Special Forces agents summarized the Los Angeles assault. The quartet quickly recapped everything up to the fights with Rain, Baraka, and Melina. Katana mentioned Asgarth was with them, though he decided to part ways and assist Raiden on guarding over the Sky Temple. Wait, the Sky Temple? The highest peak housing Earthrealm's Jinsei? The same. There's not much life left. The merged without world is literally sucking away the planet's vitality. I can't imagine what it'll be of Raiden and Earthrealm once it's been completed. Shao Kahn's power would be infinite. Time is not on our side here. And Raiden, there's so little time left. Whatever time we have now, we must use well. Are we really ready to die here? If we do perish, we would certainly die in battle. In unison. Sub-Zero's voice was usually apathetic, but everyone felt his cold message, even when shivers went down their spines. They must embrace the horror as one, even Aiko, who was the most sensitive, the most emotionally. Within a few moments, to gather themselves and conjure their inner strength, each of the combatants, led by Liu Kang and Kung Lao, marched out of hiding and into uncertain death. Thank God I'm done with this. The way I see it is that when Aiko should use her heart melt, it'd be similar to the Vulcan mind melt. Having a similar process like intimacy, transfer emotions and thoughts, as well as the recipient being affected by them, and just seeing and feeling the transfer. There'd be some questionable after effects too, the same way other recipients had endured. Almost like how Titus and Yuna began to have their own love scene. I like that, by the way. And to all you haters, fuck off. It was tough making the Tarkatan battles, had bits and pieces of ideas like fighting on the bridge, knocking Baraka off, and having Lena fight her pure half. But I didn't want to kill off the true Tarkatan. He has received a lot of abuse and deaths from the snobby, neglectful, and greedy creators already. Seriously, dying after winning all the way, and perishing constantly? I feel sorry for who's dubbed as the biggest loser in Mortal Kombat history, as said by Underdog. Baraka was awesome since his debut after all. I hate all the debts the corrupt NetherRealm developers forced onto Kung Lao. All they see him is some miserable goddamn punching bag, and never the iconic, inspiring, benevolent Shaolin monk. Ever since Midway bit the dust, and the asinine alternate timeline existed, I always saw him get fucking murked. As if Ed Boon and his golden team have zero respect for their characters. God, I wish John Tobias was involved in Mortal Kombat again before he left in 1999. And I despise the piss-poor development teams as well as the fucked-up alternate reality. I swear I felt like Marty McFly traveling to the alternate 85, ruled by Biff with an iron fist. In case you don't know, please play heed to the vid by Underdog, the greatest downfall in Mortal Kombat history. I hate NetherRealm and their revamped timeline as Chronica as bad as Solaris, which is one of the pushes on making this fic, and why I find the classic timeline to be more superior and nostalgic. In your faces. Finally, Aiko and Kung Lao had their chance to shine with their love and understanding, while exploring his own downfall, also pointed out by Underdog, as well as the fourth snake in Kung Lao's wasted potential. And here are the songs for that. Silence and atmosphere sometimes work hand in hand in a devastated place, like Hyrule and Ocarina of Time. And just a quick note, I wasn't a fan of Xenogears, so I'll play that song later. But Albedo, he has inspired me in a negative way to make the Sleepy Hollow one-shot Dreamscape. And it was all thanks to that collab from Josh Scorcher and Alex Rochon, the 15 disturbing bosses in non-horror games. I don't recommend those hotheads at all. But I found the emotional theme, which I'll play later, to be fitting for Aiko and Kung Lao's angst before the Defenders of Earth meet the Conqueror again. The final stretch would soon commence. Stay tuned. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and sorry for the abrupt end. OBS Studios wasn't cooperating and I ran out of time. So, see you all later. God damn! The temple, aka the church theme, is one of the most iconic tunes in Mortal Kombat history. Hands down. I even used it as an intro to my Halloween countdown last year. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time. Liu Kang, Sonya, Jax, and Kitana have just entered the bridge and fought off the Tarkatan hordes, led by Baraka and Mileena. And Baraka was actually thrown off the bridge, and Kitana actually came to the strategy by disabling Mileena's legs so that she would be helpless against her purer self. And Kitana won over Mileena. And they reunited with the combatants after Kung Lao and Aiko had performed a heart meld ritual. Kung Lao was actually very curious on Aiko's dystopian future, and so they merged hearts together. So, there's that emotional scene when they became intimate. Not the fourth base, not going all the way, but still. They had their hearts melded, and they understood each other fully. Then they reunited with the four combatants, and they prepare themselves as they make their way to Shao Kahn's fortress. I can't wait to get this started. Alright, so we have Continuation 9, Infiltration of Shao Kahn's fortress. A mysterious woman with long blonde and gray hair was overlooking the cityscape from the balcony of Kahn's fortress. She wore heavy opaque makeup as if they were worn by a goth, complete with thick eyelashes, yada yada yada. She broke out a large grin which made her sinister eyes narrow and her perfect teeth shine when she spotted some fresh meat as the group of heroes arrived. "Queen Sindel!" The Emperor's vehement voice roared behind her. She turned to him without a flinch. "Summon the bulk of our extermination squads. Raiden and his feeble mortars shall near our base for a conquest of Earthrealm. Have them destroy the lot of them, and to take no prisoners." "As you wish, great Emperor." Never wavering her sinister expression, in fact, she was beginning to get enthralled with the upcoming assault. As if on cue, the remaining Tarkatan shadow priests and several centaurs ran amok, while she directed them with just a point as if they read the signal telepathically. The large army trekked their way toward the opaque, desolate alleys, though the heroes didn't leave a trace, made the enemy's advances drag to a slow crawl, watching and waiting for any sign of movement. A curious wildcat witnessed them drawing nearer, till one shadow priest was close enough. The feline licked its lips and snarled before it devoured and clawed its prey within seconds, dragging its unfortunate carcass into the shadows. The Tarkatans drew out their blades and bore their teeth as they went on high alert, a few carnivores marching up, hoping to spot their assailant. However, a roar was heard aloft before its massive jaw clambered onto them and shook their bloody bodies till they remained inanimate. More Tarkans approached the fray only to have themselves decapitated by a bipedal serpentine creature, which its jade skin nearly blended in with the shadows, while a ravenous red wolf ran up and mauled over other unfortunate Tarkan. I kinda spelt it wrong. A few more bloodthirsty mutants along with another priest stormed in only to have their bodies knocked back and clobber each other like bowling pins. Turned out to be a club tail belonging to a brown ankylosaur. One of the mutants stood up with his arm blades and attempted to slice its tough hide. The dinosaur felt some abrasions, then swiped the enemy to the pavement. More drew forward only to be suddenly mangled by the same cheetah as before, ripping their corpses to spewing blood sprinklers, while a massive polar bear crushed an unsuspecting centaur. Khan noticed the commotion from the same perch as Sindel. Imbeciles! He slammed his top fists onto the limestone. Exterminate those animals! Those beasts shouldn't be this tactful. Unless they are our prey, those meddling mortals. Crush their souls in a dispersed fashion. They must not enter my lair and thwart my plans. Go! More enemies led the charge, as did the humongous dragon and cheetah running in, which, as you know, was Liu Kang and Kung Lao. Some were quicker than others, as the most bulky animalities were slower, while the tinier ones remained in the rear, since they wouldn't be trampled. Each of Khan's men and Raiden's followers took a chunk out of each other during the fierce melee. The free-for-all was so chaotic that it was difficult to tell which side was falling, though it seemed the animalities had the upper hand in the cluster of bloodshed. Even the shadow priests were foolish enough to have their lightning stun their militia before being severely mangled. Not everyone was so fortunate. A few vulnerable animalities, such as the small mulling white rabbit or the skeletal rhinoceros, weren't too much of a match, just a nuisance. The weaker creatures eventually turned into their bipedal human counterparts, one by one. Yet the stronger combatants still kept at it. The hawk herself was one of the most constant in battle, but she was little match as the priests blocked her from in the air, or shocked her, striking the predatory bird down and forcing her to change back after a few hurtful rolls. Her lion partner's hide was thick enough to cushion some of the shocks as he charged in, pounced and ripped the priest's robe into rags. At one moment, the dragon picked up the white rabbit before he flung it to an open enemy, ripping apart its face directly. As time passed, some of the enemies were strategic enough to gang up on one fighter, causing him to lose his animality and revert to his human vessel. They sustained their injuries once they did, including bouts of deep flesh wounds, aching muscles, and loss of energy, amongst other symptoms. The more resistant and massive animalities were durable enough, even the dragon and T-Rex. As the ankylosaur became vulnerable, she reverted into Aiko once more, and her cheetah partner saw the struggle. He subconsciously urged himself to change back, which worked, and came to her aid. Aiko was still too exhausted to utilize her cardiokinesis, and so Kung Lao took on the few stragglers. He held her up before Aiko screeched his name. A lone centaur approached the helpless duo, till he was halted by a neon-green tomahawk. Nightwolf reverted back from his canine form, and he and Lao urged Aiko to lend their hearts to her and restore their stamina. While each combatant turned back, they still persisted through the defense lines. When Katana broke free and saw an opening, her gaze was set upon the shady succubus. Her breath was caught in her throat as she recognized her. Mother? All she did was disappear within the balcony, and the Edenian gave chase. Liu Kang soon witnessed her hurry. Katana! She was unable to hear his cry, though, but the desperate monk ran after her. Liu Kang! Kung Lao witnessed the breakaway. I can't see Katana! He's chasing after her. Let's move before the brutal mutants gather again. The trio advanced, but they were unable to catch up to the desperate duo several feet away. Queen Sindel rushed to her prisoner, the weary traitor Shang Tsung, wrapped in chains and shackles. She absorbed the majority of his green energy, filling her up. Filthy traitor! Thank you for resurrecting me. She hit him with one of her sharp stilettos before she walked back to her perch. The evil Edenian looked down and saw her prey, then took a deep inhale. She let out with a shriek so damn loud that as soon as the sonic wave reached the advancing heroes, they were immediately stunned as they shielded their ears in agonizing pain. Kung Lao nearly covered over Aiko. With a secure body, she gradually fixed onto Sindel and struggled to summon her powers without using her hands. Through her quaking body, it worked only slightly while the evil queen's chest began to expand and falter her ruckus. Her breath became short, stopping the lethal sound waves. Their ears were still ringing, but Katana and Kang pushed into the bowels of Khan's fortress. Oh man, it's all coming down to this. The trio recovered thanks to Aiko's assimilated energy, but their earlobes remained achy. Kung Lao noticed his comrades had disappeared into the limestone castle, towering nearly 100 feet to the swirling portal. Nightwolf ordered to teleport Aiko back into the fray where the dark alleyways were, providing her some leverage from the advancing combatants as meat shields, with the shadows obscuring the enemy's sight. He did just that and assured she'll be safe as she should tread slowly with her kinesis at the ready. He then warped away, back to the Matokan's side, and ran into the enemy stronghold. Aiko was reluctant as she was nervous she'd be ambushed on all sides. However, she wasn't anticipating to be grabbed and lifted aloft by a massive cloaked figure. She struggled to break free, but the hold was strong. "Calm yourself, Aiko!" He responded in a gruff voice, making her stop. He assured he's on her side, and the princess was in peril. He hoped for the champion to assist her. Aiko's eyes moved up, and she hardly saw a white-pointed face belonging to an eagle of sorts. "You look familiar." He graded himself as Asgarth, the esteemed knight of the late King Gerard and Catan's advisor. His regality tagged her memory from her first meditation session during the failed insurrection of Outworld. He said he shall take her straight to the summit of Raiden's Sky Temple, as she was too weak and fragile to endure the massive, raging army. "Raiden, how is he?" "Not too good. His vitals are fading, and the Jinsei can do so much." To her, she thought the sacred defender of Earthrealm was put on life support, and couldn't leave the chamber with the world in such a weakened state. "If the realms should merge..." Aiko sulked, though she shut her eyes before she would look down. "I only hope we're not too late." Eventually they arrived at the summit, and Aiko was enthralled with the massive temple, already glowing from the inside. Asgarth led her to the Jinsei chamber, and they beheld the thunder god curling over the heart of the fountain. "Raiden!" She offered to give her strength, but he weakly stated it'd do no good. Neither would Earthrealm's life force, as it was growing dim just like the chamber itself. What was once an ethereal place of white soft light has been reduced to a dark gray hue. He prayed that their faith is in the champion's hands. Back in Khan's fortress, Liu and Katana emerged on a staircase leading to a sacred and brightly lit temple, complete with rows of ignited crimson candles and the distant massive insignia of the Mortal Kombat tournament. "Khan has definitely perverted this place." "Where's my mother?" Liu Kang kept following her gaze, expecting an ambush, though he had a gut feeling she could be somewhere either above or below the unholy arena somewhere. His keen sight scanned the place, and then suddenly felt a chill go through him, making him gaze onto the ceiling. "Katana, heads up!" They sprawled out of the way just milliseconds before Sindel dropped. She couldn't believe this. "Mother!" She turned to her shocked complexion. "You're alive! Too bad you will die." "This can't be! Melina said you would be resurrected, waiting for me." "Indeed, my true daughter has foreseen your fate." "True daughter?" Those words struck a chord. "Mother, this cannot be you. Shao Kahn has corrupted you. Shao Kahn has resurrected me. You have betrayed him. Remember Adenia, Mother. Remember your role before Khan's invasion. He drove you to kill yourself as you refused to marry him." Which was only established in Annihilation, but it should have been accurate. "He forced you to be his wife so he can control both realms." The loophole was certainly Sindel. She couldn't believe it. "Why, foolish child? Khan has established a greater, stronger rule than that pathetic King Gerard. Once we take over Earth, his reign will be supreme. You should join us too, daughter, like a happy family." But Katana swiped it away. "Never! I won't share his rule of darkness. and neither should you. Then you will perish. We would be pleased getting rid of a treacherous pest like you. Kitana, don't let your mother gaslight you. Words won't help bring her back. You must fight her. Remember when you were put under a holding spell? Lu's mind flashed to the lethal 2-on-3 fight as he and Kung Lao battled the warring women consisting of Jade, Katana, and Melina in the Outworld Tower, then giving her a hand as she recollected her normal self. Katana recalled the same incident even though her best friend was slewed. Yes, I remember Liu Kang. I will not let my family nor our home be in vain again! She put up her fans and the fight was on. Sindel elongated her hair as a whip. She stung Katana, whacked her across the face, blah blah. Shrieked and disabled some of Katana's hearing, but his benevolent daughter didn't falter. Liu Kang just speculated the crucial battle while Sindel floated and Katana leapt and kicked, trying to take her down. She was able to resist her charges, struck back with a few blows, trying to stab her with spear. He had the fans to withstood the charge. She screamed. She was close to putting her out in the open. She unleashed her banshee screams covering a larger range, and Liu Kang cried over the excruciating noise. Kitana! Use your fans to deflect it! Katana struggled while holding her sore ears close to bleeding and were about to crack open. Her legs were free. He got the metallic fans to face the strong sonic waves. With the reflective surface, the field bounced back to the user. The magnitude forced Sindel back a few inches. She stood up and she was caught by Sindel's hair and wrapping her neck, suffocating the victim as she pulled the locks taut. Liu Kang wound up and conjured his pyrokinesis, though Sindel felt the heat and screamed in his face. He was stunned but yet to save Katana. As he lay there, his vision blurred and caught the glimpses of the candles. Rosy hand they suddenly began to flicker. The rows of candles didn't distract Sindel at all, not even when Liu Kang felt their flames. They started to grow, though Sindel was still caught up in the death of her throwaway daughter. Suddenly her hair combusted. She shrieked in agony as her scalp soon caught fire as well as it was just enough to burn off the other deadly half of Sindel's hair. But it still advanced inward. All she did was wail and hold her head, and she noticed Liu at the last second before she received a boot to her face. She was out cold. Her body hit the granite and he immediately patted out the spreading flames thanks to his resistant gauntlets. He slowly stood up. Forgive me, Sindel. He soon faced the lifeless Zadini, and at the other side, he tried calling her name after the incinerated the thick locks of blocking her airways, but she never budged. The throat closed, and he did like mouth to mouth, blah blah, waited for about 10 seconds and he resumed again. Fortunately, Sindel was still. He tried again. He implored Katana to wake up and he tried again just a few more times. Just as he was about to lose hope, he saw Katana's mouth open as she heaved. Liu immediately grabbed her nose as she began to cough and sputter. Her throat felt as if smoke was coming out of her windpipe. She coughed until she felt received enough oxygen. Liu released her nose and laid her down before she was able to open her eyes. All he did was caress her cheek, and his heart was about to burst when she weakly said his name. He raised her head up. Always had to look out for you. You had me very worried. This is the first time you ever held me. He was enthralled, especially while being comforted in his tight and soothing embrace. Somehow, she couldn't help but feel a small grin tug up before she saw her mom. Oh, Mother! They broke apart. It's okay. It's okay. She's just unconscious. All they could do was just sit in silence in the darkened church watching over her, and for anything if Khan should invade. In a dark chamber, Kung Lao and Nightwolf rushed inside. Through the immense heat, they knew they were there within the bowels of Khan's lair. To the monk, was more like the underbelly of hell. It reminded him on being in the Netherrealm with Scorpion. This place is nearly as hot as the Netherrealm. The Netherrealm? You've been there? I faced Scorpion there. Liu Kang and I were in this fiery battle before he was taken under the magma by his undead legions. Scorpion escaped once. Liu Kang and Sub-Zero fought him off. Though the former was the victor, the Cryomancer didn't fight with honor and was blinded by hate, so he lost. We were able to prevent his endless armies rising from other realms, and Raiden sealed him away. I wouldn't be surprised he's still there waiting for us. And there were some flashbacks. Nightwolf! The shaman looked up and followed Lao's gaze to the inert smoke. He must be laid captive as a trophy. I have to rescue him. Sub-Zero depends on it. Kung Lao, wait! The monk still ran to the slippery edge of the floor, tossed his razor rim tap onto the chains. Nothing happened. Lao tried again, but the same thing transpired. He then turned it and decided to teleport onto the distant pillar. He used his Fists of Ruin a few times, but to no avail. He sliced open one of the chains with his hat, which made a sharp electric current go through his arm and shock him on contact. Kung Lao, are you alright? So close. I'm not able to cut through. Khan must have protected this spot with some defense mechanism. As long as Khan lives, I'm afraid he cannot save Smoke. His magic is just too lethal. We can't just leave him. I'm afraid we don't have a choice. He has been expecting us. Defeating him in combat. It's the least we can do. The Shaolin regained his composure, taking in the wise man's words. He turned to Smoke with a somber expression before he hung his head in defeat and teleported back. What is it? The darkness. It's there! The fighters ascended to the Dark Temple and saw Kitana and Liu Kang watching over Sindel. They were relieved the pairing made it. The shaman became uneasy as he sensed the corrupt soul within the queen. Kung Lao offered to finish her. No! You need to spare her. What? She may be Khan's queen, but we have to keep her alive. I should know. I lost my younger brother, which drove me into the first tournament. I was chosen too, but I refused to go, till Raiden gave me the task to disable traps. She is Khan's slave. She must be slewed. Igo said she was the one who killed a lot of us, and we were then turned into revenants. Everyone was disheartened. Liu Kang is right. Kung Lao was about to object. I know your mind is thinking she's one of Khan's servants, and I do sense darkness in her. But you must also listen to what your heart tells you. Igo certainly did. How would Kitana feel if she were to lose her mother again? Alright, I will spare her at the moment, but don't let your guard down. Liu and Kitana were relieved at the partner's change of reasoning. The immense power is just ahead. I'll stay with Kitana for a while, Nightwolf. I'll go with him. Besides, these two got some catching up to do. Let's go. I'll be waiting. Oh, good, I'm almost done. The two left the pairing behind, and for once, Kung Lao wasn't even fazed about Liu's attachment to Kitana anymore. Unlike Armageddon, the underbelly of Khan's lair was unable to access the Netherrealm unless Outworld and Earthrealm should merge. And there are the songs for that. Blah, 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 there's a lot here, but I can't play them due to copyrights. Damn it, YouTube. When I was young, I was always fascinated the temple to be associated with either Liu Kang or Shiva. I don't know why, but maybe it's the environment and the regal red located throughout the that sort of reminded me of them. It's quite surprising that Khan has an area of worship dedicated to him, as well as having it perverted into evil within his fortress. The SNES version I grew up with hits hard, so much so that I used it as an epic intro to my Halloween top 10 I made last year. You guys should look it up. I'm pretty proud of that list, even though I made a few errors. At least there was one thing Annihilation did right to have Kitana and Sindel reunited after the last battle. It seemed better that way, especially since I know I'm losing a mom personally. Case in point, mine at age 12. Besides, counting the epic movie, Liu Kang lost his brother and his fellow family too, even stating that to Jax in Defenders of the Realm. It was also nice to see all the animalities at once clashing against the extermination squads. Told you in previous episodes, Nightwolf had a plan on using them. At this rate, I think I've about 3 more episodes to go, so stay tuned for them. Until then, this is the Ikran Writer signing out, and I'll see you guys later. God damn! I love that song. Welcome back to another chapter of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, Liu Kang and Kitana were the first heroes to infiltrate Khan's fortress. And just like the reboot, Sindel actually used her sonic waves to disable the heroes on advancing towards it. Just like in the reboot, except, unlike the reboot, Aiko actually used her cardiokinesis to disable her screams, and so Kitana was able to see her, and so she, chased after her, with Liu Kang at the rear. And for that, there was this fierce melee with the mortals' animalities, including the Ankylosaurus, the cheetah, the polar bear, the dragon, the rabbit, that sort of thing, the wolf, etc. And it wasn't long before the animalities turned back into their human counterparts. And so Liu Kang and Kitana, along with Kung Lao and Nightwolf, infiltrated Khan's fortress. And Aiko was taken by Asgarth to Raiden's Sky Temple. 'Cause come on, she can't fight an army that size. and time is running out. The Jinsei chamber is actually dying, along with the realm itself. And Liu Kang and Kitana actually met Sindel at the temple, and Liu Kang was able to come to Kitana's aid by combusting her hair and finishing her off and resuscitating Kitana. Meanwhile, Kung Lao and Nightwolf spotted Smoke, but Kung Lao was unable to save him because Nightwolf theorized there's a defense mechanism as long as Khan lives, that there's power emanating throughout the fortress. So, let's get this started, shall we? Alright, Sacrifice, Continuation 10. And this is one of the most deep, intense chapters I have ever made. You'll see. Kung Lao and Nightwolf progressed further into Shao Kahn's tower. While the Makoto was just as sensitive as the immense dark energy surrounding the place as Aiko's own triggers involving her fragile heart and mind, he was just as resistant. It was like a magnet attraction onto the Indian, and he led his partner to a distant opaque chamber. It turned out to be the heart of the tower, the colossal, terrifying, beastly mouth with its epicenter of neon green, and unfortunate souls swirling inside. Its sneering eyes illuminated the same eerie shade. Actually, to Nightwolf it looked more like a menacing tree, as other shorter and more twisted ones surrounded the horrifying display. They almost looked to be like those scary treants and mammons. There it is! The imprisonment of all those innocent souls Khan has taken. I bet that's where Johnny Cage and the spirit of our ancestor lie. If we can just destroy this atrocity, then the world's souls will be freed. But it won't be easy. I wouldn't get so cocky. So how should we do it? They couldn't imagine whose souls were trapped inside that tree, nor what it could do. The former figured the chamber can be just as tumultuous as the living forest. He and Liu Kang encountered an outworld, let alone the soul tombs. Suddenly the center of the opaque and high ceiling collapsed near the heroes. Large debris and dust rained down. By the time the clouds cleared and the combatants' eyes were swiped clean, they beheld the sight of an 8-foot-tall female Shokan with all of that. The shockwave nearly knocked the heroes off their feet. It was none other than Sindel's loyal bodyguard. She hissed and flexed her arms at the intruders. That's Shiva! She's the mistress of the Shokan clan who is loyal to the Conqueror. Why would she be working for him again? He recognized her when each of his friends fought her in a kind off numerous times while he watched from base, even during the insurrection. I've dealt with her vile kind before, twice. Kung Lao remembered fighting Goro in the wastelands and both monks dealing with Kintaro. You won't be so lucky this time, mortals. I am far more nimbler than those weak, slimy vermin, and more deadlier than the pathetic Tigerian. The heroes just put their dukes up. Now, who would be daring enough to defeat me? Go! You advance further up the tower. I'll deal with Shiva and destroy the soul chamber. You could use some help. I'll be fine. I'm very much like a soul manipulator. I know how they work. Trust me. Good luck, Nightwolf. You would just be another fresh new addition to this fine collection of souls, and imprisoned eternally to the soul chamber. I won't be so sure about that. Nightwolf took in the battle. The beastly tomb was ready to do battle. The shaman knew he must keep his distance, otherwise he'd be mincemeat once he got too close to her arms. If he knew the Shokan, it'd be their only defense. But he kind of underestimated her. Shiva had sneaky tricks up her 4 sleeves. She fired some projectiles The most fatal onslaught was, of course, the Shokan jump. That kind of terrified me when I was a kid. The Shokan jump also left an impact so great that they immobilized the shaman just enough to leave him vulnerable for another attack. Nightwolf kept on closing in for the kill as he countered and moved with his melee attacks, consisting punches, kicks, and his soul-empowered weapons. He was unfortunate enough to be caught in her arms, punched multiple times. He was the hapless victim, and she discarded him like a toy. The resilient shaman didn't give up, not even when the Shokan leaps were utilized multiple times. All he did was knock the wind out of him, and Kung Lao peeked over thinking he could use some assistance. He hesitated, uncertain on his next move. While trying to keep his distance, Shiva unleashed a few more projectiles. Nightwolf was prepared and deflecting them. Even his spiritual bow and arrow proved to leave a slight mark on the Shokan. Though her punches were still as potent, even her lunges. Remembering Kung Lao's strategy, he put his distant abilities to good use, though Shiva was just as reckless. But as long as he used the soul's energies, his weapons eventually gave him the full advantage, even revitalizing himself. It wasn't long till Nightwolf's battle turned in his favor. Hell, Lao could have sworn Cage's soul was in him, as he utilized his shadow kicks similar to his. That's a nice little detail, right? Aiming for the bare chest, Nightwolf won. The shaman then conjured lightning inside his axe similar to Raiden's and ignited as bright as the sun. He aimed for Shiva, closing in for the kill. This is the end for you, Shiva! Nightwolf, wait! Sindel leapt into the fray, inches away from her bodyguard. I'm warning you, Sindel! I will electrocute you both! Nightwolf, stop! Liu Kang and Katana also jumped into the arena from the distant shadows. They demanded him for a parley. Shiva is Sindel's own bodyguard. She can actually help us. Shiva. Shiva, you served my mother and protected her with utmost loyalty for many years, before she decided to take her own life. She'll still need you now, more than ever as the upcoming queen, restoring her place in Edenia. I must guard over Outworld's queen, under the condition of the Emperor preserving my race. I was reluctant as he employed the accursed Motaro to join his ranks, and when he became his more prominent general. I despised him when he did so, but it was only to spare my own clan. Shao Kahn doesn't care about you or your clan. He's just using them to fulfill his own dirty work. He has no respect, and he cares nothing for you. Shiva, you must remember when you served my fallen father. You faced off with the centaurs and Tarkans during the insurrection, on the 500th anniversary of my father's death. This saddened both Katana and Sindel a little. You declared resistance over Shao Kahn, and was willing for me to take the throne, even though the rotten snake Shang Tsung joined. That irritated Liu Kang a little. My daughter is right. I was blinded from the truth after Khan killed my benevolent husband Gerard, who will always be the true ruler of Edenia. We can still overthrow the Dark Emperor, who forced me to marry and work with him. I wouldn't stand by him any longer, and I want you to serve at my side again. It's your own good, especially since Khan anointed Motaro and the centaurs to work over you, since the Shao Kahn seemed inferior to him. Reminiscing Khan's hatred for the Shokan and rather preferred the centaurs more, Liu Kang spoke. He, Katana, and Asgarth were the leaders of the rebellion, and the Shao Kahn blatantly refused to serve Khan since he considered them insolent. Outnumbered and wounded, she actually backed down. Very well. I'll serve by your side once more, Queen Sindel. I'll anoint you as my promising protector, Shiva, accepting the peace offer. Together, with the champion's help, we will rule over Edenia again. Alright, let's destroy that accursed soul chamber. Yeah, Nightwolf and Liu Kang agreed and got straight to work. Watching the resolved quarrel, Kung Lao nodded with a thumb up. Good going. Now's my chance. Turned and ran towards the opaque hallway while Liu Kang burnt the surrounding trees along with Katana's fans. Nightwolf, Sindel, and Shiva commenced on draining the souls. At the top of the darkened stairwell with little to no torchlight, Kung Lao made his way up to Shao Kahn's tower to the next level, the balcony. It was a large opaque hallway with candles and pre-rendering graphics, which I think is pretty cool. You'll see in the dark aesthetics of Mortal Kombat 3, Ant-Man or something. Following the roars, Kung Lao hesitated as he tried to focus on something. He hardly heard the footsteps creeping in on him, but his peripheral vision was just enough to prepare him for the threat behind him. He leapt out just in time of his lethal punch downward and beheld one of the humongous centaurs. Impressive, feeble mortal! Hold on! You're one of Shao Kahn's generals, leading his extermination squads! Indeed, foolish boy. I'm Motaro, the domineering head of the centaurs, and the promising elitist of the Emperor's armies. That struck a chord. Motaro! Oh, you're the one who killed Johnny Cage! Sonya and Jax saw you murder him! And you shall meet the same unfortunate fate as that incompetent, flawed human. I'll prevent you from meeting Shao Kahn and meddle with his plans on merging Outworld. You don't have much time left. Our victory is absolute. Johnny, I will avenge you. Kung Lao lunged in. His body was nearly as tall as Motaro's lower stomach. He kept his distance. He'd be too risky to close in on the massive centaur, who happened to be broader and slightly taller than his brethren. Actually, his strength was way more powerful than his kind, maybe 3 times as deadly. He was unfortunate enough to be at the mercy of the demon's strength on account how narrow the balcony was, as if the lobby at the rear had more room. Lao was nearly immobilized after receiving a grab at one of Motaro's muscular arms, while punching him across the arena with the other. Needless to say, the floor itself was just as painful. Motaro teleported behind and just barely made his mark. Kung Lao was quick enough to avoid the attack and challenge through gasps. You're not the only one who's capable on teleporting, Motaro! He even had his footing with his teleport kick, remembered his past strategy. Each airborne kick landed on Motaro's spine. The beast was just as swift as the blow didn't stun him. His hind legs and appendage tail reacted, even catching the monk off guard as he fired stunning lasers from the tip. Lao was able to deflect it using a spin kick, though Motaro's close range combined with the small arena was too much, as if his horse-like body took up a third of it. Which is actually true in the game. He literally had no room for error. Lao had to make every mark count, without missing nor leaving himself vulnerable. Despite the Shaolin used his hat trying to keep as much distance as humanly possible. However, as soon as Motaro saw it coming, the razor-rimmed hat made contact with his lower torso, with little to no injury. A pulse from it actually deflected the deadly projectile, leaving a fatal deep flesh wound gushing in Lao's chest. The mortal just dropped his jaws, his hat descended. He was too injured to even scream and move. He simply hunched over, nearly touching the cold stone floor, while Motaro marched up to him, grabbed and discarded him to one of the statues impaling his back. Lao was too weak and paralyzed, leaving himself for the last deadly blow. But Motaro halted by a shockwave by an earthquake, which also made the upper quarters of the statues collapse. Motaro was stunned for a short while and was hit by a swift kick directly to his neck. In came Jax! Lao's stomach continued to bleed a puddle as Jax reassured Raiden will take him to the Jinsei, praying it won't be too late. As if on cue, the doomed hero's battered body dissipated with a flash of lightning. The Special Forces agent hoped he wouldn't perish like his comrade Cage. With Jax's quickness, in conjunction with bionic strength-enhancing implants, as well as making shockwaves to stun the enemy, he proved to be quite a formidable opponent. He didn't have much of an issue as Lau did, aside from balcony being cluttered by the statues and Motaro. With no projectiles, Jax was at a clear advantage. Though, he still got caught by Motaro at times, but he endured the impacts. Motaro got strategic and leaping over and across his Jax's quakes. He was able to counter with his charges utilizing his horns. In fact, at one ram, Jax conjured his strength and directly hit Motaro's head, stunning him. With a few more blows, the Special Forces agent bested him. Motaro slumped with his forelegs giving away. Meanwhile, inside his majestic palace, Raiden teleported Lau to the ethereal Jinsei chamber within the sacred Sky Temple by his remaining strength. He was able to carry the former champion's weak vessel to the epicenter after descending a few steps. He laid down the fatally wounded monk and attempted to revive him. Esgarth came into the duo and Lau pleaded them to let him die, though the Thunder God urged he shouldn't talk. Thinking I could best him. He killed Johnny. Yes, I know. I can sense the soul chamber being demolished. His soul should rest, at least until Khan has fallen. As would mine. At least my curse will be reversed. I may as well be reunited with my ancestors. No! No, don't say that. Earthrealm and Liu Kang. We all need you. As does Aiko. But there's not much time. My powers in the Jinsei could do so much with Earthrealm in peril. With the merger nearly complete, I desperately hope our hero isn't too late to conquer the darkness. Back at the Soul Chamber, the quartet felt some enormous quakes from above. It's Jax! Is Kung Lao up there? The shaman suddenly sensed a drop in vitality that made him somber. What is it, Nightwolf? Don't move! Kung Lao's vitality is... Don't move! Kung Lao's vitality is fading! Fast! Oh, Kung Lao! No! Almost as soon as the monk advanced, the monstrous chamber began to crumble. Huge pieces of debris broke off, the display collapsed, but the green soul swirled and rose aloft. The team escaped from the destruction. The stairways blocked by the rubble. However, a massive hole in the ceiling, the epicenter, formed. Come on! We don't have much time! Allow me. Sheba was able to use her powerful Shokan jump and brought up everyone. So they immediately ran to Jax. Jax! Jax! Where is he? Where's Kung Lao? The agent was speechless. All that remained was the puddle of blood next to the red-to-form statue. Kung Lao. He's been taken to Raiden's Sky Temple, tending his wounds. He doesn't have much time left. Kung Lao. No! All the monk did was beg Raiden to keep his soul from being imprisoned in the chamber by Khan, but the Thunder God assured it has been destroyed, possibly freeing the great Kung Lao. That gave Lao some comfort, thinking he may be waiting. Silence was interrupted by Aiko, who ran in and sat by Kung Lao's side. She whimpered his name, reached in and touched his cheek, which felt clammy. She implored him not to go, and for once, she confessed she loved him and wouldn't bear to lose another like she did with her mom, even though she hadn't died just yet, and it'd take another several years. As tears fell, she tried conjuring her energy and made a conduit of her heart seeping into him, but it was all for naught as his wounds were too great. Then, at least, I wouldn't be eternally damned. Raiden, keep my soul. Liu Kang should save Earthrealm, he might. It's up to the champion now. Strength was starting to ooze out of him as he slowly closed his eyes. His face then drooped, and Nico buried himself into him while Raiden and Asgarth looked on. Nightwolf lowered his head as he shut his eyes. He told everyone the sad news that Kung Lao's essence is gone. His only living brother bit the dust. Liu Kang sunk. Katana was right beside him. All Nightwolf did was see him weep while the Matoken took out his little tomahawk. Just then footsteps were heard. It was only the remaining combatants rushing in, rather than low stragglers of Khan's terroristic armies. They noticed the bloody mess, and the shaman informed it was the fallen Shaolin monk. Sonya whispered she was sorry. On top of that, the Thunder God's powers ran out. Their only hope to save Earth was to destroy Khan, just as the champions did several months ago. Nightwolf then ordered his allies to gather round and touch his axe, which took a quarter of their strength, even from the cyborg's smoke. He figured with all the souls... Well, actually, there's an error here. Smoke didn't actually make it until later, so forget that. Figured with all the souls within the empowered hammer, it'd be enough strength for the champion to equal the Emperor's. At least that's what he hoped. The Dark Key was just as astronomical and too immeasurable to be certain. All he did was hand over the lightened axe. Liu Kang, you're our only hope. You're the undefeated champion in Mortal Kombat representing Earth. Only you can defeat Shao Kahn. If all fails, we will be lost, much like your fallen brothers. Liu, you must believe in yourself. We all do. Only the essence of a champion can finish the corrupt Emperor and the destruction of both realms. We each gave a portion of our souls onto this axe. To you. You must do this. For Earthrealm. For Edenia. For the Shaolin. With encouragement from his friends, Liu finally reached in and took the glowing tomahawk Nightwolf had. And with it, he suddenly got a jolt of adrenaline. Swirls of green energy was absorbed into his body, filling with strength of many warriors. It was as if a breeze hit him, and then calmed as he made contact. He was surprised how much energy he received. He then withdrew the axe. All he did was look at his comrades. I will defeat Shao Kahn. Earthrealm, Outworld, and Kung Lao depends on it. And there are the songs for that. Bonus points to those who actually know who the Treants and Mammons are. No cheating. And I didn't even mention it. No cheating. This was undoubtedly one of the most dreadful and hardest chapters I'd ever written. Losing Kung Lao was something I thought I'd never do, let alone have him assassinated by the same murderer that lopped off Johnny. I actually skipped ahead one day and can't resist writing this, just to get it off my chest and kill two birds with one stone. That being the Tarkatan battles. Besides, Motaro was terrifying and he grew on me as a favorite villain. I kind of figured it'd be a great deja vu on having Jax fight off the centaurs, like in a certain guilty pleasure of mine. At least I take Lao's death seriously and made it impactful, in which I felt NetherRealm Studios fails to do. I hate how they did it on the reboot and moving forward. Damn you pricks! Always having fun killing him off on countless occasions. Should be a one and done thing, and at least the heroes have their share of great tragedy. The finale and epilogue shall soon be underway. That is, if life doesn't interfere too much. I can't wait to do this! It's finally come down to this! Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and stay tuned for the finale. Hey guys, this is the Ecron Writer here, welcoming you to the finale of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks Part 2. Last time, Kung Lao was defeated by Motaro and fatally wounded until Jax intervened and defeated him. And Kung Lao was warped by Raiden, who barely managed to take him to the Jinsei chamber for him to recover. Unfortunately, due to Shao Kahn's merge with Outworld, the Jinsei pretty much dried up. So, Kung Lao was unable to recover from his fatal wound from his own hat. Meanwhile, Liu Kang was determined to defeat Shao Kahn after his friends encouraged him to do so that he could save both realms. But this is it, guys. The finale of Shaolin Monks Part 2. The first book in the series. So, let's get this started. Alright, continuation 11. The finale. After Liu Kang absorbed the souls from Nightwolf's greenlit tomahawk, the combatants heard a low monstrous growl. Jax could have sworn it belonged to a lion, but it only turned out to be his latest prey, greatly wounded. Shiva just shoved some of the heroes aside as she stepped in and actually offered Nightwolf to use his magic to reduce Motaro into a simpleton, she said. Both warriors just conjured as much energy as they could before they simultaneously unleashed them onto the horse-like body. By the time the blinding light cleared, the mighty general wasn't obliterated, but rather as if his vessel shrunk in length. Instead of having a quadrupedal body, his forelegs were reduced by half, even his vessel and his tail shrinking them to nearly the same size as the Shokan. Who's the inferior species now, Motaro? Remembering the lethal fight with Khan back in Outworld, Liu Kang chose to stick with the thick red and black vest, the same one he wore during some of his strenuous training exercises, as well as his durable gauntlets that were rumored to be keepsakes from the great Kung Lao. The combatants watched Liu Kang ascend the last stairwell to the topmost floor of Khan's fortress under a ginormous archway. There he beheld the terrifying display of a very familiar arena. Liu Kang noticed he arrived at the pit. However, it was a lot more spacious than the previous two he encountered. The mass of the chamber filled him with tension as he stood on a narrow bridge, only 3 feet wide and several feet in length, with short spikes protruding from the sides. Like the gargoyle statues in the corners along with Khan's small throne just ahead, they lit up in an eerie and placid lime green, as if not all the doomed souls had left the castle. 2 other monstrous sculptures were carved in the far wall, each lighting up in spots while the souls illuminated like tiny torches. The scale of Khan's last stand was so astronomical that it almost made Liu's stomach lurch. He couldn't bear to look below the fatal arena he was about to meet his possible demise in. His eyes gazed around the hellish place, reassured that his close friend Kung Lao didn't have to die here nor endure the nightmare. It was unusually warm compared to the other pits, as this one wasn't outside in the fresh air. Yaw! A wide metallic hammer slammed onto the bridge and Liu leapt just milliseconds before it made contact. With a backflip, the champion merely escaped from Shao Kahn's wrath. You have come, champion! You must be eager to end your own life in this fine chamber by my design. You've ended the lives of so many innocents in Earthrealm and Outworld. You even killed Kung Lao. On the contrary, feeble mortal, it was my elite general Motaro who has slaughtered both the former champion and that sleazy celebrity. No matter what those fleas, Earthrealm and Outworld has already been rendered dead and powerless like your precious Thunder God. Once I'm finished with you, The two realms will be conquered like the weak kingdom, Edenia. All realms shall bow down to me. Will never bow down to you, you bastard! Liu Kang powered up his pyrokinesis, and simultaneously so did the souls within him. His body had some green and orange outlining thanks to the souls inside Nightwolf's tomahawk. Yeah, it's still going. These had empowered the monk with more strength. You've gained more power, I see. More than when we have met. Khan was somehow enthralled facing a formidable opponent. It will be honorable to eliminate such a promising foe. Show me what you can do, champion! He beckoned him to come over, but all Liu did was greet the conqueror with a powerful kick or two. Khan fired a green orb from one of the souls he absorbed. It hit Liu Kang dead center. He fired again, but the hero was prepared as he took a running start and leapt over it. Thanks to the momentum he just gained, Liu outmaneuvered Khan by jumping over him and hit him in the helmet. This only backed him a few feet away. Then the Overlord lunged at him with an upper shadow charge. But Liu Kang avoided it as he ducked. He then performed an uppercut which sent Khan back onto the bridge. His temper was getting the best of him as he let out another green fireball, then a shadow charge in which Liu blocked. It caused minimal damage, but he wasn't stunned. The armor he wore may have cushioned the blow. Again, Liu aimed for his head as he leapt over the green fireball, and the momentum went faster. He jumped over Khan, even missing his upward charge. Liu ducked from another green spear and evaded another air charge with ease. Once more Khan was outmaneuvered before Liu was able to perform rapid punches and kicks, then an uppercut. The Emperor wasn't done yet, and he was about to send his opponent flying. However, he was too quick when he ducked and sent him striking to the bridge again. Khan was a little dazed, both from the impact and his opponent confusing him, and Liu closed the distance with a flying kick straight toward his bare chest. For a few moments, Khan was injured and held it, but his overzealousness began to consume him. He would never want to lose his life nor his never-ending conquest to that low-class monkey from the primitive Earth realm. After an intimidating roar, Khan closed in with a charge, but Liu was expecting it and performed a direct uppercut to his chin. He finally went all full assault, and his hammer weakened the monk, but he was just too flexible, avoiding another green fireball. Khan lunged his hammer, but the monk blocked it thanks to the ancient durable gauntlets. It left minimal impact on his hands. As if it was nothing, Liu leapt over his charge and closed in with some rapid punches and kicks. Khan copied his strategy by blocking his advances, then unleashed his hammer during a bicycle kick. Thanks to the excessive energy from Nightwolf's souls, they still gave Liu some energy and resilience despite the ongoing pain in his legs. The champion was still slowly rising after a barrage of Khan's muscular charges. For once, Liu's energy was beginning to dissipate. All he could do was keep aiming for Khan's head, as with each fighter they'd become dizzy and disoriented, open for an attack. He kept on this strategy as he leapt over his green fireballs, over his head, and made a few blows that were blocked. Khan countered with another charge, then Liu recovered and repeated the process, jumping over Khan's energy sphere and on top of the crown with the agility of a frog. Khan let out a sledgehammer, which made Liu back away, but he just ran up and over. He made a few blows, then Khan countered again with a charge and an airborne kick to which Liu ducked and made an uppercut counter. However, Khan was still on the bridge. If he could just knock him off. Both warriors felt their endurance fading, but Liu's determination never faltered. The Shaolin leapt over his fireballs and directly in front, blinding the opponent, so he wasn't prepared for Liu's rapid blows. One of the Emperor's charges made a mark, but Liu was still resilient and nimble. Apparently agility was all it took to dominate over Khan's brute strength. His hammer just wasn't enough to back off the fiery monk. He continued to hop over Khan's sphere, ducked from his ear charge as Liu unleashed a streak of his low dragon fire, avoided a punch, another charge, and countered another by his high dragon fire directly into Khan's midsection. They were dead center at the pit bridge, but Liu conjured all his might, including the excessive energy from the empowering souls. Just then, flashbacks entered his mind of Kung Lao, his brother Chan, slewed by Shang Tsung, the victories over the Outworld Trio, and the destruction of the two doomed realms, before he made a very remarkable uppercut sending Khan flying off. The heavy gravity engulfed the hapless Emperor just several feet down. His roars were heard as he sharply descended into the abyss where a series of gigantic, rapidly spinning spikes greeted him. His armored body was not enough to protect him from the sheer brutality as both his body and soul were instantaneously shredded by them. Liu could have sworn he heard the spikes slice up the Conqueror like cattle, with the ear-shrieking blades, almost as gruesome like Kung Lao's hat, slewing his prey. Liu just stood there, stunned and still like those endless stone monstrosities. What he didn't see were the blades slowing to a crawl moments after they spliced through Khan, as if time was stopping them, before they screeched to a halt. "Fatality!" Liu Kang declared, hardly creeped out by the devastating bloody sight leagues below his perch. His victory was also seen from the Sky Temple as Raiden and Asgarth watched the Earth revive itself from all of Khan's corruption and massive destruction by his extermination squads. Both Earthrealm and Outworld started to repair themselves. The stormy clouds let up. The skies were clearing. The million streaks of green souls were flying around, returning to the empty vessels, which resulted in Lao being revived and no longer cursed. The trio suddenly noticed him taking in a few breaths. Aiko couldn't help but gasp as she watched him regain life, and after a few inhales, she couldn't help but caress his cheek with a giddy smile. She then kissed him on the forehead, and Raiden knew that from that moment on, their love finally became official. The skies began to brighten all over the world, aside from the clear night sky overlooking the city that never slept. At least not sleeping very easily from all the devastating shit New York endured, let alone all of Earthrealm. The surviving heroes were astonished in how quickly everything became peaceful. Moments later, the Thunder God noticed his sacred temple also lighting up. The Jinsei has been restored as it brightened to its normal pale blue hue. The sun even broke through the dark overcast, shining on and into the ethereal place. The resulting illumination made Kung Lao's eyes flutter. He turned his head and saw Aiko's opaque face laying over his blurry vision. By the time it cleared, he couldn't help but smile up at her. "Hi, Kung Lao." He couldn't help but repeat her words and expression. His grin suddenly faded as he recollected his thoughts. Did he do it? Did Liu Kang finally annihilated Shao Kahn? Yes. He decimated the evil emperor at last. And this time, it is for good since he was revived once by a cursed amulet. However, there was no saving him this time. The deadly fans at the bowels of the hellish pit chamber obliterated his body and soul instantaneously. Thank the Elder Gods. Did I reverse my curse? Indeed, you have. Your curse was broken by your temporary death. You shall be free from the shackles of immortality. Aiko and the monk broke with a grin. Then hers had fallen. But what about Liu Kang? He won, and so he still has to endure that curse. This was a rough revelation for his best friend, sharing the great Kung Lao's fate as champion. Only Liu won thrice. He is still mortal. All they did was sulk. Back inside the scaling pit, Liu was still stunned over his victory and Khan's malicious death. He just couldn't believe he was champion for 3 times in a row, let alone saving the 2 cursed realms. He silently could have sworn the back wall began to shift, wondering if the abrupt, intimidating statues had moved somewhat. He almost lost his balance when the narrow bridge jiggled beneath his feet. That was when he knew the castle will fall in a matter of seconds. He immediately turned tail and ran through the enormous arch to the lower floors. Every section where was once a green soul sparkling turned to a corrosive black-green. But the abrupt corrodes didn't face the escaping monk as he stormed down the first stairwell before the left gargoyle caved in like a weak paper cup. He headed straight to the balcony and his comrades just began to leave. They only wished Kung Lao, or at least Raiden, was with them so they'd be teleported out within a moment's notice. He spotted the massive hole from earlier and dropped straight atop of the spiked rubble from the demolished soul chamber. Still going? Yeah. He nearly lost his balance, let alone worried on having his boots be protruded by the leftover spikes. He was able to regain his footing and took a leap of faith off the dangerous pile. The landing was nearly too much for the monk, but he still pushed himself forward, despite the excessive perspiration and rapid heartbeats. He headed right and wound up at the unholy temple. He barely avoided the debris and shielded his face from the shattered glass of the many tinted windows, and the sudden combustions from the toppled rows of candles. The flames were hardly an issue, since he was born conjuring them himself. He wasn't out of the doomed foundation while he saw most of it crumble ahead of him. He went back a few inches and performed his rapid bicycle kick, which barely had enough distance as he clutched to a loose edge of granite. He regained his footing, and the same piece started to break away. He nearly had enough time pushing himself up and leaping from the falling ledge onto more sturdier ground. His own nimble and blinding maneuvers can rival that of any monk or any earthling. He was nearly home free, but his adrenaline was failing him from the previous lethal battle. He finally wound up at the lava pits and hesitated. His keen sight scanned for Smoke's imprisonment, but the chains were gone. Reassured, he pressed on out to the dark golden clearing. But Liu, as well as the escaped heroes, saw a massive wall of debris immediately trap the champion, as if Khan planned it to happen at that moment. Switching Smoke to the Shokan's shoulders, Jackson and Sub-Zero came to the tough pile, but no matter how hard they tried, the wall never budged. They even scattered as they noticed a whoosh of air from above, when a large piece of the tower descended. They grew hopeless, as did Liu Kang. He tried with all his might, punching, kicking, and pulling the debris away, but to no avail. Exasperated, Liu couldn't help but gaze into the air. Was this the demise of Earthrealm's chosen? Is this what Khan plotted all along? He moped as he shut his eyes, praying for a miracle until some neon red light shone through his eyelids. Following the glow, a rip suddenly appeared. Never minding where it'd lead, he took it. He just tripped before cool air hit him, and noticed he was on more intact concrete. His friends came and greeted him. Everyone was free. They huddled around him, even Jax, who ecstatically slapped him on his irritated shoulder. "How many lives you got, man?" Everyone gazed onto the monstrous fortress, finally collapsing into oblivion from crown to base. They were all so glad that both Khan and his stronghold were no more. Unbelievably, so were Sindel and Shiva. Liu wondered where Smoke was, though Sub-Zero shown him hung over his back. Nightwolf hoped he'd restart his electrocuted circuits, especially without his hidden cavern base to compensate. Katana then broke the silence. It's over. It's finally over. Sharad and the countless victims can rest in peace now. The Shokan nor the former queen weren't faced by his demise at all. Back inside the Jinsei chamber, Raiden, Asgarth, Aiko, and Kung Lao were just as stunned as the other warriors. The couple looked as if they were staring into space, wondering what transpired, before they turned and grinned at each other. Their faces were the best sights they'd seen since before the invasion started. They leaned in until they heard steps on some puddles. With his muscles still stiff, Lau abruptly rose, seeing his best friend standing before him. The monks reunited with smiles and a tight manly embrace, even smacking their backs. They didn't mind their soaked bodies, with the former from the Jinsei and the latter by his tumultuous escape. They were just glad to see each other, as if it felt like days. Well done, champion. Earthrealm and Outworld have been spared once more. Thanks to you overthrowing Shao Kahn, you have freed them both after living in terror for many eons. Thus peace shall reign supreme for a time. Liu Kang, you're still cursed. You've won 3 tournaments now. To his surprise, the warrior wasn't disappointed. If anything, he just felt more optimistic. Me? I can deal with this. What? I think you're taking this too well. I can endure this. I still got another 50 years or so left in me, right? I'm still mortal. The two grew puzzled, worried as if Liu lost his mind. Perhaps he suffered too many blows to the head by Khan's last battle. I will work things out with the Elder Gods, since Earthrealm has been proven time and again that it is a strong and refined world as of now. They shall be able to negotiate easier. Maybe he should go through the same deathly occurrence as Lau had. No! The Elder Gods had set the rules for the tournaments. I am certain there shall be a better way to resolve the eternal and ageless curse. Since Earthrealm has been growing in strength and thriving, it has made an alliance with other realms. Edenia shall be in peace. Aren't you going to join us, Kung Lao? Maybe later. I feel I still need to rest here a little longer. I'll stay with him, if you don't mind. He just nodded his assent. Liu left, wishing he'd eventually change his mind, but Lao still felt unsure as to the cardiokinetic. You look nervous. Oh, Raiden, I just feel this isn't quite the end. We may have won over Shao Kahn, just as before, but we wouldn't have peace for long. Kahn had been revived after we destroyed him, and I could have sworn I noticed Shang Tsung earlier. If he's been sent to the Netherrealm, and if we see the 2 other monsters Aiko and I saw... The god laid a hand on his shoulder. Not now, Kung Lao. You should take in your victories while they last, instead of constantly living with dread. It would only invite further angst. After all, your nephew still needs you. For now, you may rest here. Just do not let your anxieties overwhelm you. Now, Lao nodded, nearly forgetting about Kung Jin. Then Raiden watched over Earthrealm once more while Asgarth finally returned to the ruins of Edenia without fear nor bewilderment. The weight left the monk fatigued. Aiko watched him sit as he rubbed his aching back. She was certainly glad her loved one hadn't succumbed to the Revenant curse as of yet, nor passed away for good and was given a second chance curse-free. They finally had an opportunity to do the unthinkable, as they finally kissed each other passionately, before the both of them slumbered. I just can't kill off Motoro. Yeah, he deserved it for assassinating Johnny and killing off my main man Kung Lao, but still, he's one of my favorite villains as well as one of the creepiest combatants ever conceived. As scary as he is, that's what made him so fascinating. However, I was disappointed Motoro was cursed by the Shokan in Armageddon. Thus, his current fate has vengeance for the Shokan and how Shao Kahn always favors the centaurs over them. And don't get me started with the reboot. After all, as the corrupt Raiden once said, there are fates worse than death. Just as what happened to Bane losing his gains in Batman and Robin. And there are the songs for that. And there's the song for that. During the escape. Blah, blah, blah. There's that. In Fort Snake's episode depicting Kung Lao in ways to potential, he stated that Liu Kang obtained both his headband and gauntlets that were passed down from his so-called distant cousin's ancestor, as well as keepsakes. Particularly won them during the events of the reboot, even though he wore the headband in many games. I thought it was a great idea highlighted there. Finally, Lao's relationship has been sealed in stone with Aiko. I can't help it, much like Rick Wheeler, he meant so much to me ever since the Let's Play. Especially when Kung Lao was the main focus. Sometimes I wish that were like Waluigi and I connect personally. That never happened. And there's that fallout. Damn it, Billiam. It showed them to have a more tender side, and I feel terrible that Lao remained single throughout the series, as well as being distant from Kung Jin. With that heart meld, it's about time they finally connected. And I'm gonna start the epilogue. After a sufficient rest that seemed to stretch for several hours, Kung Lao and Aiko finally rose and walked out of the Sky Temple following the glorious sunset. It was astonishing they hardly noticed each other beginning to hold hands. Before they knew it, their mentor Raiden offered to transport them back to the Wuxi Academy. It was actually silent, hardly any bustling activity till they saw Shaolin monks rise up from the open hatch that led to the Dragon Grotto. Amongst the gathering crowd was the Taikung Jin, who called and ran up to his uncle ecstatic to see him and Aiko, safe and sound. Lao knelt and tightly embraced him. He was glad to see him. Jin was glad to see Aiko too, and the monks were willing to have the cardiokinetic be trained and to join their ranks. They weren't expecting a certain outsider visit the Shaolin grounds. Nightwolf volunteered to stay at the academy, functioning as the monk's technical assistant and advancing the compound itself. His kind wasn't thrilled on his high levels of intellect, as they feared he has evolved and become more like the snobby foreigners. Aiko made the offer for him to stay. Nightwolf was grateful that the Order of Light supported practices for the Great Spirit, who obviously turned out to be Raiden, aside from worshipping the Elder Gods. It never would have come at a better time since Smoke was having difficulty functioning with his defective armor. Parts of it had to be surgically removed, the implants had to be remodeled. It took a few weeks till Smoke was ripe again thanks to the Jinsei in the grotto. 70% of his armor was discarded. Nightwolf offered to replace them. Smoke be the next Iron Man of Mortal Kombat, Aiko exaggerated. He had the ability on switching his cyborg components with the human, even possessing newer honing missiles and a rocket pack beneath his feet, allowing him to fly. He was ready to venture with his Muay Pintail, I can't pronounce it, with Kuai Liang. However, there were a confession he had to make. Never had the chance to state this, but as Smoke was teleporting Sector into the air, he felt, before he self-destructed, he had some intel by a tiny microchip. However, he was unable to analyze it due to the constant battles. Thanks to Nightwolf, Smoke was able to compute it. It was Quan Chi that killed Scorpion's family and murdered all members of the Shirai Ryu. Kuai couldn't remember the sorcerer well, on account he was blinded by the gem of Tetsuri several months ago, but his name sounded familiar since his brother Bihan was involved. Aiko was determined to join the White Lotus Society and remain by her significant other Kung Lao. He, Jin, Nightwolf, Lu's grandfather, and Raiden were great mentors, even training her cardiokinesis and the Ankylosaurus animality. She may not desire to be at the same levels as Lao nor Lu, though she still felt needed at joining the Order of Light and defending Earthrealm. It was just the perfect place and time for her. Got into the monk's culture, they reconnected. She never had any means to go back to her dystopian future, being decimated by the Revenants and Raiden's control, much to her. It was only out of Raiden's control anyway. Kung Lao didn't mind taking up Liu Kang's slack, as the monk volunteered to assist Kitana, Sindel, and their new cohorts, attaining the lost kingdom of Edenia. It was through good deeds and compassion that warned of Kitana. Queen Sindel finally restored her place as the benevolent queen at the throne. They go so far, never wanted to get involved in filthy business with Outworlders. Shiva was anointed as her personal bodyguard, and Khan was out of the picture, and Motaro cursed. She had little to no angst. Even the esteemed knight Asgarth was anointed as the royal guard. Sonya and Jax had their chance to mourn over the demise of Johnny Cage. They took a brief respite in Los Angeles before they returned to the Special Forces. In light of the recent invasion, they were reinstated under the condition there were inclinations of other warring realms outside of Outworld, counting the wrathful centaurs. The Simoleon War was still transpiring as was the hunt for the disbanded Black Dragons. Aiko felt bad on having the pair leave the team. Stryker wasn't affected much, resuming his average duties as a riot control officer patrolling the New York streets. He was thrilled on being normal grounds again, although a certain someone holding a pair of lethal hook swords had been looking out for him in the dead of night and underneath the suburbs. Peace was finally returning to Earthrealm and Edenia, although Kung Lao still had angst. There was something brewing at the heart of Earth, just underneath the combatants' feet. At the New York streets, construction workers were removing rubble from Khan's destroyed fortress. They've yet to notice the infinitesimal red spot in the pavement. That tiny rip led straight to hell, where the ominous sorcerers Quan Chi and Shang Tsung stood within the fiery pits amongst the endless armies of undead legions, while a tall necromancer with blue skin and rainbow robes rose. The hellspawn roared as they worshipped their fallen monarch. I'm sure you all know what that is. And there are the songs for that. I want to give special thanks to several people and things that motivated me. 616 Entertainment, Cannonball, Line Through Time, Wasted Potential, Relic Waluigi, Before the Fallout, Greatest Downfall by Underdog, the MK Crypt, and Ant-Man 7 on the aesthetics of Mortal Kombat 3. I would also give shoutouts to the first film, Annihilation, Defenders of the Realm, Shaolin Monks. As stated, this wasn't just the continuation nor retelling of 3, but also the finality to it, and the underappreciated miniseries. Yeah, it should be a miniseries. Story itself just ended one episode less. So this may be leading to a follow-up of Mortal Kombat 4, but I won't count on it. It's my first Fallout with the Juggernaut, but I still wrote it. And can't wait to show you that. It would not be an easy task. If only there should be a sort of fan remake for that, then it might be reconsidered. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing off. And I'm so glad I got the 50 subscribers special done. Thank you guys. I love all of you. Even those that I had a fallout with. So, wow. The first book is finally done. And I can't wait to do Shinnok's Uprising. Sometime after Christmas when I do Mortal Kombat Deception on the fanfic. So this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you all later.